If you do not want to change, if you do not want to better yourself, if you do not want to break outside of this matrix, if you want to live in your comfortable delusion that they have built for you, do not watch these videos. Leave this channel immediately. If you do not want any truth, if you don't want to understand, if you are not here to hear something that's outside of your own mind and accept others' minds and opinions and the way they think for themselves, you do not belong here. And finally, if you are not trying to be positive, if you are not trying to help create solutions while we discuss the problems and how they got here, you do not belong here. Negativity, hate, disrespect, name calling, those things will not be allowed here on this platform and not in this empire. We are the ones, the true Americans that want to be free and stand as we have always stood. Yo, what's up, guys? How y'all doing today? Hopefully everything is wonderful. We had another day of work. Looks like overtime has stopped for a lot of people. So we will see. Sorry about the static. My AC is on. I'll turn it off in a second. But yes, today is a day. We have figured out a few things. The way life is, it is not for the faint of heart. A lot of people cannot handle what's going on right now. It is so much and it's so heavy for a lot of people that even realizing where we are right now as a society, we know there's not too much we can do. The powers that be, the people controlling everything, they kind of got us on the ropes right now. I understand that for a lot of us, it's a hard thing. Yeah, and I apologize. We're doing our best to, survive. And the few moments we do get to have conversations, a lot of people just want to goof off and they don't really want to have the real conversation and make a change. They'd rather try to dox you or try to make fun of you or bring your life into whatever the conversation is, even though that's not about you specifically. It's about all of us. A lot of people have a fine ignorance for disrespect. They don't want to acknowledge that they're being disrespectful. And then a lot of the times they want to seem like they're better than somebody else on a lot of different scales. They want to project this superiority. But a lot of people are raised spoiled. So how could we be mad at them? We can't be mad at them. They don't know what they're doing. They don't. They are the people that make you feel like you can't do anything good enough no matter what you do. That's those people. They project because they know they failed in certain areas, that it makes them feel some kind of way when other people are just having an opinion that's different from theirs. A lot of people cannot stand a differentiating thought. They need everything because they have like an OCD or some kind of diagnosis, and they'll even say it. They'll admit it. A lot of people admit, oh, I have this or I have that. That's just an excuse. That's the sad part, because a lot of these diagnoses nowadays are excuses. No matter how much proof you say you got,
Your behavior is controllable. Okay? People need to be held accountable. And we're losing that somewhere around the way. Where's the accountability? Me, I'm being accountable. I have my proof of my existence and what I've done. I don't have to prove it to anybody, and I don't want to prove it to anybody, because then you're going to be all in my business, and then I'm going to have to tell you more about me. And you want to know everything about me, so you can either dox me, use it against me, or hate on me in some kind of way. So this is why I'm keeping all of my life private from y'all until I decide I want to come into the mainstream or whatever and be all everywhere. I'll decide that later. Probably won't. I'm just gonna drop my message and bounce, because I don't feel like a lot of people are worth my energy. All you would do is try to use me and then abuse me and then kick me to the curb anyway, so why should I fuck with you? Exactly. So that's where I'm at with that. So anybody that wants to ask me to come do some this and that, hey, I got contracts written for my company already. You can sign it and then we can move forward. Other than that, I won't have any dealings with people that are outside of my circle. And if you're not going to do what it takes to be in my circle, then kick rocks. Like, you're not the kind of person that I need to be around anyway. I need to be around safe people, not people that are opportunists, not people that will try to do everything they can to snatch what I have away or defame me or belittle me in any kind of way. If we can't have a legitimate conversation, there's no reason for you to be around me. All right? I'm just going to go ahead and keep it a buck. I don't got to fuck with nobody if I don't have to fuck with nobody. You feel me? All I got to do is go make my money. However I get it, I'm going to get it. All right? I'm going to try to leave as many people out of it as possible. So that way, I don't have to fuck with nobody that I don't want to. All right? Now that we're moving forward, a lot of people have a higher self-worth than they actually are. A lot of people ain't worth a damn. Me, I'm only worth what I do. A lot of people are only worth what they do. They don't want to admit that. They think they're more than that. If the only thing you've ever done was play video games and work at a McDonald's, that's what you are. Boom. All right? So you don't have to wonder what your worth is. What do you do? If you're a computer programmer, well, you probably build things like the thing we're on now, the platform. So you have more of a worth than a lot of other people. See what I'm saying? But let's say electricity goes out, your worth goes down. Unless you're an electrician, then your value goes up. When the lights go out, people get hurt. Doctors, nurses, their values go up. The guy that knows how to start fires, the survivalist, his value goes up. And this is the thing. A lot of people are only worth what they can do. But they think they can do everything. So they think they're worth the world. High self-worth. Very dangerous. Me, I know I ain't shit. Fuck it. I mean, what have I, am I Elon Musk? No. I mean, but he's still human. In the grand scheme of things, he get the wrong kind of flu, and that's toast for him too. So, I mean, what is it? What is he? What's everybody at this point? If we can all just gone, just like that, what does that make us? Isn't that next to nothing? So I'll just I'll pull up this thingy thing because I was looking here. I did some looking around. Um, I got this one real quick. Let's see. All right. Serial monogamy or promiscuity. Oh man, that's wild. Um, what else did we have here? All right. I mean, I guess we could get into the mud blood. I guess we could get into the mud blood. Might as well. I don't know. Might as well do some educational while we're up here. Do a nice little deep dive here. We'll even try to look a few things up. All right, sweet. There we go. Here we go. All right, so we're gonna do this real quick. I need to pull this up. All right, sweet. All right. All right, here we go. All right, bet. Sweet. All right, we can push play now. My bad, I had to set a few things up there. All right, here we go. I need to run this. All right, awesome. We had to drop those real quick.
When historians recount the year 1917 in Halifax, their focus typically remains on the devastation above ground, the massive explosion, the 2,000 lives lost, the 9,000 injured, the entire neighborhoods reduced to splinters and ash. But the real story, the one that barely surfaced in newspapers, the one that even today sits buried in maritime archives, began below the harbour. It started with a simple rescue operation. Engineers were instructed to clear debris across the obliterated north end, stabilize what remained of the waterfront, and determine whether the shattered ground could support rebuilding efforts. The goal was practical: remove the wreckage, assess structural damage, and prepare for reconstruction. But the moment workers began excavating through the blast zone, something unexpected happened. They broke through layers that hadn't been exposed in generations. Beneath the harbour district, deeper than any known foundation reached, the crews found chambers and passageways that didn't match colonial construction records. Their orientation was unusual, their depth was remarkable, and the stonework didn't resemble anything in the architectural catalogues of British North America. It didn't even resemble typical maritime engineering as commonly understood. This wasn't mentioned in official relief reports. It didn't make it into newspapers documenting Halifax's resilience. But in the internal documentation of that year, a specific phrase appears repeatedly: unforeseen infrastructure, unexpected depth, origin unclear. The official story would later simplify all of this into old storage vaults, abandoned smuggling tunnels, or simply misidentified colonial remnants. Nothing unusual, nothing worth discussion. But the recovery photographs from the time, the ones developed in makeshift darkrooms while Halifax rebuilt itself, show something different. They show workers standing beside stone passages, cut with precision far superior to any colonial-era tool should allow.
All right, so the thing about this here is, with the evidence of these buildings, these tunnels, these different architecture and techniques beyond our own limits, it just screams cover up. It screams, this is our nation's history. This is what they've always done. They've always went to new places, captured their technology, murdered their people, and lied about it. Sounds like the Avatar, right? It's too funny. And I mean, like, what can we say, right? What can we say?
Together so seamlessly that even in the grainy quality of 1917 photography, no construction joints are visible. Channel systems carved into bedrock that bear no resemblance to any documented maritime infrastructure, but something older, more sophisticated, more deliberate. And the deeper they dug, the more the layers stopped looking like colonial history as we know it, and more like infrastructure that had been utilized, abandoned, and purposefully concealed. The search for explanations. At first, the recovery teams tried to categorize everything in the simplest way possible: abandoned cellars, forgotten storage tunnels, natural limestone formations created by water erosion. But as documentation accumulated and more passages were uncovered, the contradictions multiplied. Why were certain underground structures built with load-bearing capacity far exceeding anything that stood above them? Why were particular stone blocks shaped in near-uniform dimensions, as if manufactured, rather than hand-cut? Why did some corridors extend into darkness far beyond the boundaries of any recorded settlement? And the question that troubled even the most experienced engineers: why were these structures so extensive? Halifax in 1917 was a modest port city, yet the subterranean network beneath parts of the harbour district appeared designed for something vastly larger than warehouses and merchant buildings. Recovery crews quietly acknowledged among themselves that the scale and precision didn't align with any colonial or pre-colonial records. And although none of them were using terms like forgotten civilizations, they were recognizing something equally disturbing. Someone had built beneath this ground before. Not simple storage, not smuggling routes, infrastructure. The growing silence. As the records multiplied, so did the quiet.
You know, why would they ever want it to come out that there's better technology that we're not utilizing? You know, I'm starting to think that it would ruin their own self-deluded progress, because you got to remember, These people believe they are the ultimate tip of the spear, the smartest and the brightest. Even though smarter and brighter existed before, they want to kick that down. It's the pride. Think about that. Think about it. The pride. Who else had pride? Who else thought he was better than everything and everyone, including God?
Reports became shorter, descriptions became vague, photographs stopped showing the broadest perspectives of the discoveries, and then the excavation sites were partially sealed again in late 1918, backfilled where necessary for reconstruction, and much of what had been exposed was returned to darkness. Only fragments survived, documentation, several photographs, and the subdued accounts of archivists who examined the files before some vanished. But even from what endures, a pattern becomes visible. Passages too uniform for any documented colonial settlement, stonework too precise for the accepted timeline, construction techniques that appear inherited, foundations that seem to belong to an entirely different building era. The layers beneath the harbour, when the recovery crews advanced past the initial recognisable strata beneath, Halifax's north end, the assumptions were straightforward. They anticipated discovering natural bedrock, perhaps some abandoned colonial construction, and scattered debris from early settlement. Nothing peculiar, nothing exceptional. But within weeks, that premise disintegrated because instead of a clear progression of geological and historical layers, the crews unearthed a succession of architectural strata that didn't function the way layers of an ordinary coastal settlement are meant to function. The directional anomaly. The initial anomaly was orientation. Each layer, colonial, pre-colonial, and whatever existed beneath, appeared to maintain the same directional bearing, the same angles, the same geometric framework. Different periods shouldn't exhibit that. Different builders, different purposes, different decades or centuries. They don't construct in flawless alignment with structures built generations apart. Yet beneath Halifax waterfront they did. Chambers from one period positioned precisely above chambers from another. Passages aligned with passages buried meters beneath them. Structural walls maintained the same trajectory even when separated by indeterminate decades. It was as though every group that ever constructed on this ground was following an original design, one that no longer appears in any historical documentation. Engineering beyond the timeline. As the labourers dug deeper, the strata grew more peculiar. Below the anticipated bedrock and colonial foundations, they started finding stonework that resembled nothing like typical construction. Substantially larger blocks, considerably tighter connections, configurations that appeared too geometrically precise for anything in Halifax's recorded chronology. Certain chambers looked nearly excessive, vaulted spaces with perfect curvature, executed with an accuracy that didn't correspond to the primitive implements of colonial-era builders. Water management systems.
The police officer at the scene told me to never sue the driver who crashed in.
Uh-oh. My bad. This got crazy on me. Hold on. We're gonna take a small commercial break real quick. We'll be right to the back. We're just gonna grab a few things and I have something that I need to do real quick. And then we will be right back. Just give us a few moments here. And we will drop some tunes for you.
checks in the mix where it's hella hot. We thirsty, so we snatch your water, go to Jelena. If that shorty is your daughter, she a hella thot. And her mama bombshell in the hella drop. Pop up with my niggas, got that killer cop. Sheriff Joe running quick, tryna blow my spot. On the road, riding dirty, got a distant crop. Banging ass green grams, wait out on the dock. If Molly coming to the party, Lucy want me to pop. 2C eye to eye, can you see mine's eye? Never mind, let me wine, dine, and dazzle your mind. If you're tryna catch up, then turn up behind. I carried on our date, just to kumquat her grape. I got the appetizers and peach sliders for your plate. I kiwi all you palm slices. I got diced fruit for your fade. Okay, enough with your fruity pebbles, loops, or mini chips. We eating on that A1, saucing on them dead. We real ones, we go-getters too. Go get those insons, patient hustlers, dude. Blowing smoke into the air. Fuck you, miss, while we cruise. I don't play fair, but never break the rules. Smoking cigs and bottle runs. Local banging ass niggas. Bless the bottle, light 'em up. Got bitches hanging ass niggas. If you can see me now, maybe hating ass niggas. Where you been when I had nothing ass niggas? Don't be coming round now. You can't hold nothing ass nigga. Now I'm up. Here you showing up ass nigga. With or without about you, I was finna get it. Just be proud of the fact that one of us made it. checks in the mix where it's hella hot. We thirsty, so we snatch your water, go to Jelena. If that shorty is your daughter, she a hella thot. And her mama bombshell finna hella drop. Pop up with my niggas, got that killer cop. Sherry Joe running quick, tryna blow my spot. On the road, riding dirty, gotta dish the crowd. Banging ass green grams, wait out on the dime. If way back when you was with me when I rode, you be here smoking blips with me. Cups hella full, taking sips with me. Nah, I'm out here on the hustle in this industry. Yeah, grab my wifey, nuzzle up between the sheets. Kiss her softly, make that wet spot on the sheet. I'm with my cousin, have another dream. Turn the music up with a blip of the street. The money stack rising. Like the hit at the peak of the day, high noon. It gets way too hot to play. Seriously, the time to get paid is all we. In this day out with the ass with the 2 pieces. Knocked out KO, got that 2 piece. Eat this, you niggas that's hungry for beef, beat this. Fucking with me is a dream. Y'all niggas sleepless. If I had you on the scale, y'all niggas weightless. On the corner with the pill, hands out. Y'all niggas shameless. Roll up to your spot. Burn y'all niggas faceless. Talking all that shit. The bullets, y'all niggas nameless. The SAZ rollers out here. Y'all niggas ain't shit. checks in the mix where it's hella hot. We thirsty, so we snatch your water, go to Jelena. If that shorty is your daughter, she a hella thot. And her mama bombshell finna hella drop. Pop up with my niggas, got that killer cop. Sherry Joe running quick, tryna blow my spot. On the road, riding dirty, gotta dish the crowd. Banging ass green grams, wait out on the dot. Brand new entertainment, go ahead, baby.
All right, guys, we're back. My bad, I had to take a little break there for a second, get some shit done. But we are here and we are ready. Let's go. See, and here's the thing. I mean, dang, this is way a lot of commercials. Literally, that wasn't even a minute. That's getting old and annoying. So the first thing I will say is
Portable solid state drive.
everything is definitely looking a little fishy. But this is also things a lot of people don't study, a lot of people don't look into. So unless you're talking to a certain group of people, they wouldn't understand this. A lot of people don't really care about our history because they believe the narrative and they accept where they fit in and they're proud of that. But if they really knew where they were from and who their people were, they probably would be very upset with the way things are right now. I will second that because that is like truth in itself. A lot of people don't care. What they've heard is good enough. If it sounds believable, they'll stick with it. Like the earth is round. The earth is a ball, right? Sure. Okay. People just believe it. I mean, I look at the earth, I don't really see a ball shape, but it's whatever. Everybody can have their own opinion. Especially when you go to the ocean. You're just standing there and looking out. You should see a curve. You should see it. But it's just not there. So fuck what you talk about. Whatever. Because you got a full at 180, like you would see the curve. You would see the round circle, like it would look bendy, like, and it just doesn't. Because that's not how water works. And water tells you the truth of the shape of the earth. Has to be a container. Or else the water wouldn't wave up onto the shore. All water would be pulling away. It would constantly be pulling away from the land. Because it's going off the edge of the earth. If it was flat like that without a big 2-mile wall to keep it in like a cup. I mean, come on. I'm not saying it's flat. I'm just saying it's not a ball. It just doesn't work. I've been down this road many, many times. That's why none of the mathematics of getting out of the planet or getting out into outer space and staying out there is not working so well. It's because we're doing math kind of wrong, but it's not my field, so I'm gonna leave it alone. I'm just looking at numbers and I realized a lot of the stuff that they're claiming is impossible with the way their numbers are working. So I left the field. I'm done with it. I don't even care. I'd rather work on my spirit. That's what this is all about, really. My spirit, our spirits. Hopefully we can get you guys closer to Jesus or Yahshua or however you want to interpret that. I hope we can get you more answers because I'm still looking myself. This is study. This is us just kind of looking, because we deserve to take a look at some different stuff. Don't be scared. Just look.
Revealed were structures that didn't correspond to British colonial construction, didn't correspond to French settlement patterns, and didn't even correspond to one another in conventional terms. Instead, they constituted a peculiar engineering vocabulary, one that appeared to originate from multiple periods, yet somehow remained cohesive, oriented, and impossibly exact. Geometrically perfect chambers. The initial surprise arrived with the chambers themselves. These weren't primitive storage cellars or confined cave networks. They were geometrically precise spaces, chambers shaped with exact proportions, arches that preserved their curve impeccably, and stone vaults arranged with coherence, almost like the remnants of a master plan that no longer exists in any repository. Certain chambers were sealed entirely, packed with blast debris so compact that laborers assumed they had reached natural bedrock. But once breached, they disclosed interiors that appeared undisturbed since the moment they were closed. Refined walls, assembled stone, and construction configurations that generated more mysteries than solutions. Massive circular stone structures. And then arrived the characteristic that still confounds researchers presently: the massive circular stone structures. Formerly, they were subsequently identified as old cisterns or storage wells, but nothing about them corresponds to characteristic colonial engineering or rudimentary water storage. These were too balanced, too deep, and too flawlessly circular, as though they were carved with implements capable of sustaining perfect curvature. Certain structures were broad enough for several men to occupy inside, others contained internal features that suggested mechanical purposes. Laborers from 1917 characterized them in personal correspondence as engineered vessels, not wells, but constructions with a specific function, though nobody could specify what that function could have been. Anomalous load-bearing design. Another peculiarity emerged in the construction of certain support systems. These were not merely basic colonial foundations. Many were designed with load-bearing capacity that made no architectural sense for the modest buildings that had stood above them. It generated an unsettling possibility. The waterfront structures may not merely rest on natural bedrock, they may rest on something substantially larger, an infrastructure whose dimensions were never documented, never taught, and never clarified in the authorized history of Halifax. Metal embedded in ancient stone. The further the laborers excavated, the more peculiar the discoveries became. Stone blocks emerged with completely straight boundaries. Certain surfaces were refined, almost polished. Others displayed precision-carved channels so clean that contemporary stonemasons still debate about what implements could have created them. But the finding that produced the most bewilderment was the metal incorporated inside ancient stonework. Certain fragments appeared fused, oxidized in patterns that suggested extreme heat, yet they were located in strata presumably predating any metallurgy sophisticated enough to generate such results. The authorized explanation provided subsequently: ship debris from the explosion, colonial metal fittings. But that does not account for why the metal emerges inside the stones in patterns, not randomly scattered but positioned, organized, as though the stone was shaped around it. That variety of result demands temperatures far exceeding typical forge work, far exceeding colonial metalworking, and far exceeding anything documented in maritime history.
What does it really take?
Wow. They always gotta hit us with these commercials, man. It's only been a few moments. It's crazy. They're just relentless with this shit. Alright. But I'm definitely I appreciate the fact that this person went through and did this. Thank you. Thank you. Shout out. Because this is something that I would not have had time until maybe 10 years from now, because I would be that deep in, or maybe even 20 years. Possibly never. And the holes that were in my family history, they make so much sense when you bring up things like this. So I'm thankful that information is coming out regardless of how crazy it sounds. Things sound crazier, things sound crazy all the time. So I'm not gonna get upset.
Underground network. Shortly following these findings, something peculiar started occurring. Chambers were resealed, passages were backfilled, deep portions of the locations were isolated from continued excavation. Certain of this was formally designated as structural safety matters necessary to stabilize the devastated waterfront. But the choices about which chambers to reseal first and which sections to interpermanently generated subdued questions among witnesses, because the passages that were closed promptly were invariably the ones that contested the authorized chronology the most. The flawlessly carved structures, the sophisticated water management systems, the unusual metal inclusions, the engineered passages that appeared to extend far beyond the excavation area. These passages were possibly the most enigmatic discovery of all. They weren't haphazard tunnels, they were components of a systematic configuration, a network of corridors that appeared less like storage and more like infrastructure. Oriented, calculated, organized as though they once connected to a substantially larger subterranean system, one that stretched below the harbor long before any settlement we recognize ever occupied the surface. And yet, almost as quickly as they were revealed, many were resealed. Their openings obstructed, their purpose unexplored, their presence quietly eliminated from later reconstruction charts. The deliberate stopping. When you examine the concluding months of the 1917 to 1918 recovery operations, something becomes impossible to disregard. The initiatives didn't conclude, they were halted, not finalized, not terminated, halted. The further the recovery crews proceeded, the more the character of their documentation transformed. Initial entries were assured almost procedural, but by the conclusion the language becomes guarded, indefinite and oddly incomplete, as though someone else abruptly controlled what could be recorded. The final chambers, and this is where the ultimate mystery commences. Because the final chambers they accessed beneath Halifax's waterfront weren't typical, they weren't geological, they weren't colonial remnants, they weren't even classifiable. They were something else altogether. Multiple accounts, the few that persisted, portrayed stonework that abruptly transformed from the recognizable to the inexplicable. Walls with connections so tight you couldn't insert a blade between them. Curved passages formed with accuracy that colonial-era Halifax was never meant to possess. Platforms engineered for purposes far beyond anything recorded above them, and corridors that stretched beyond the excavation area, vanishing into darkness below the rebuilt city. The reburial. But here's the aspect that always gets concealed. The most sophisticated chambers were the ones that were reinterred first. Laborers described refilling complete passages, closing entrances, packing soil into spaces that had just been revealed. It wasn't gradual, it was prompt, the authorized explanation, geological volatility, safety matters, reconstruction priorities. But if it was solely about safety, why were the most ancient, pristine, most structurally flawless chambers the ones resealed first? And why were the most unstable, blast-damaged areas left accessible for recording? It doesn't make logic unless those lower strata posed a different variety of danger, not a physical one, a historical one. Because if the foundations below Halifax's waterfront genuinely displayed construction methods beyond colonial capacity, and if certain of those chambers didn't correspond to any documented settlement at all, then the complete accepted narrative of maritime Canadian history starts to crumble. The unanswered questions. Imagine what it would signify if a modern harbour city were constructed on top of something far more ancient, something massive, something manufactured, something we didn't construct. Imagine what it signifies if the foundations weren't natural developments, but intentional attempts by subsequent peoples to conceal or repurpose what preceded. And perhaps that is why the 1917 findings were quietly reinterred, not to safeguard the locations, but to safeguard the narrative. The remaining photographs convey their own narrative. Labourers positioned next to passages that appear almost modern, channel systems too consistent for their presumed age, infrastructure too sophisticated for colonial-era engineering. These aren't the varieties of findings historians prefer to clarify. They're the varieties they prefer not to discuss at all. The final question. And that brings us to the ultimate question. Why was the deepest evidence, the earliest construction, the most sophisticated infrastructure sealed away again? Because when you step back, the configuration becomes apparent. The flawless stonework was interred, the peculiar circular structures were interred, the inexplicable passages were interred, the sophisticated water systems were interred, the embedded metal components were interred, and even portions of the photographic documentation vanished, almost as though the recovery had inadvertently disclosed a chapter of history that wasn't meant to emerge. A chapter more ancient than British settlement, more ancient than French colonization, more ancient than the narrative we were provided. And for one brief instant in 1917, the explosion opened the ground sufficiently to reveal it. But rather than examining it, they closed it again, sealed it, backfilled it, forgot it, or feigned to. Because if Halifax stands on top of structures erected by a civilization we no longer recognize, then the genuine question is not what was revealed in 1917. It's what else remains beneath the harbour cities of the world. What other ports, what other waterfronts, what other coastal settlements were quietly reinterred long before cameras existed. The 1917 Halifax excavation wasn't merely a recovery operation. It was a glimpse, a brief inadvertent glimpse, into a version of history we were never intended to witness.
So we finished that one up. The whole marble technique, that one was pretty insane. We're not gonna go there right now. These are just different things that I'm looking at that are not adding up as far as the horse and buggy and the pre-industrial times. I'm not feeling it. I believe that there's more to what we've been told for our history. I feel like there's more than what they're talking about now. The Great Deception is our history, and the removal of it, I believe that's what that's all about. Because as long as you remove our history and you have certain people feeling so prideful that they're sure their history is what you've told them it is, it shows me that people are still not there yet. We can't even explore the possibility that we may have been lied to, and that's the part that scares me. They're just gonna believe whatever they've been told in school, and a lot of people just stay stuck on that, what they believe from school. I've got so much information here that's ridiculous. Who would even sit here to think, oh, is any of this possible? Birth certificates, what did this, why is it so important? Oh, so we could document people, right? Sure, but what about all of our great-grandparents' birth certificates and the great-great-grandparents, and theirs were all burned? See? So it's like, oh my gosh, really? Is it possible we've been lied to by a lot? Come on, man. We already know God exists. Like, we've got so much information.
Let me start with something simple. Something so ordinary you've probably never stopped to question it. You have a birth certificate, your parents have one, your grandparents most likely. And for most of us, that document feels as natural as breathing. Proof that you exist, proof that you matter, proof that the world acknowledges you were born. We carry it to the DMV, to the Passport Office, to the Social Security Administration. We treat it like a birthright. But here's the thing. For the vast majority of human history, thousands of years of civilization, empire, conquest, trade, and governance, nobody needed one, not a single soul. And then, within the span of roughly 2 decades at the turn of the 20th century, nearly every industrialized nation on Earth decided that they did. All of them. Simultaneously. As if following instructions they didn't fully understand. That's where I had to start asking questions. Let's go back. Not to some primitive, chaotic world, but to a world that functioned remarkably well in many respects, without state-issued identity documents for individual citizens. Ancient Rome catalogued its citizens, but that was census data, household data, property data. The household mattered. The family unit mattered. Not the individual body, not the individual breath, not the specific moment of emergence into the world as a time-stamped, numbered event. Medieval Europe relied on parish records, church records kept by clergy, tracking baptisms, marriages, deaths. But these weren't government instruments. They were ecclesiastical ones. The church knew you existed. The state largely trusted the church's accounting. And critically, you didn't carry them. You weren't required to produce them to function in society. This raises a simple but critical question. If enormous civilizations, the Roman Empire, the Byzantine Empire, the British Empire at its height, could manage millions of people without issuing each one a numbered identity document at birth, what changed? What exactly did the state suddenly need to know that it hadn't needed to know before? The deeper I went into this question, the more the standard answers started to feel incomplete. We're told it was about public health, tracking infant mortality, understanding disease patterns, improving maternal care, and yes, those things happened, those things are real. But they don't explain the scope of what was built. They don't explain the infrastructure that followed. They don't explain why a document created ostensibly for health statistics became the foundational credential of legal personhood in the modern world. That's where the official explanation begins to collapse.
Now, the crazy part on this, yo, what up, Joe?
What up, Pippin?
You already know we over here talking about birth certificates and why we need them.
All right, I haven't seen any of it, so feel free to recap anything. I just, as soon as I saw y'all hit the link, so I don't know what you're talking about. If you want to recap some of it, bring it up to speed or whatever you want to do. Let's do it.
Hell yeah, right now, we're just recapping how our history has been miscued. You know what I'm saying?
In what way? In what direction?
Well, there was a lot of information that was destroyed or removed because it was in fires, and all these fires happened within the same 48 hours all over the world. It was kind of insane. You know what I mean?
Saying kind of intentional as well, yeah.
Yeah, a little maybe. I mean, we exploring, we exploring possibilities. Because we're not saying, anything's for sure, right? Yeah. But those fires did happen and records did get destroyed, right?
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Now, how much of that got recovered? How many of those people got their names back and their land back? And ooh. You know what I'm saying? And now all of a sudden there's a bunch of slaves. Hold on, wait a minute. See what I'm saying? Because they had a slave list. I know. The slave list was crazy.
I don't know what the slave list. I mean, when you say slave list, I can think of a bunch of them, but none of them are probably what you're talking about.
Well, that's why we got to go deeper.
Or you could tell me
what's
a slave list? Are you talking about a list of U.S. citizen slaves? You're not talking about literal slaves, are you?
So all the records that got destroyed, there was millions of people that were officially now undocumented and have to be redocumented. And the people's, there was I don't have the exact numbers right now. I have to go back and I need to take more notes, but I haven't been writing a lot of shit down. But it was some million people. I'm not going to say exact, but it was some million people. They lost their records. And then there was only a couple tens of thousands of them that survived the records. So those, yeah.
Are you saying,
it's like that.
Are you saying that their records burned with them, or their records burned at a separate place where they kept in the city so-and-so?
Yeah, the records got burned in the city so-and-so.
So all of these people just suddenly lost their lives. What happened?
They lost their land and they lost their claim to any stocks and any things like that. Yeah.
100%.
So they had to get put on these slave lists under a slave master which with quotations, to try to get them redocumented into the system.
That's
So they had to
disgusting.
take their name. I know. They had to take the names of their slave master with quotation, and then these people were given placement.
Right.
You know,
Of course. Of
and
course
the
they
kids
were.
were separated and sent to the West as orphans and cattle. It's a lot, man. It's a lot. It goes deep. America's pretty shiesty. And it wasn't just in America either. It was like France and like, you know, all them big boys, all the big boys, the ones that's at, you know, war. It's pretty wild. But this is the birth certificate part. How we all ended up getting them because they weren't required before.
Right.
Yeah. So here, I'll hit some of this real quick.
In the United States, the federal push for standardized birth registration began in earnest around 1902, when the Census Bureau established a birth registration area, a voluntary system where states that could demonstrate a 90% registration rate would be recognized as compliant. By 1950,
Voluntary.
10 states and the District of Columbia were in the area. By 1933, just 31 years later, every single state in the Union had joined. 31 years. For the entire country to restructure how it accounted for every human being born within its borders. Now, consider what else was happening in those 31 years. The Federal Reserve was created in 1913. The federal income tax arose through the 16th Amendment, also 1913. Social Security would arrive in 1935, requiring, of course, a verifiable record of birth. The draft registration of World War I, 1917, required documentation of age and citizenship. And somewhere in the middle of all of this, the birth certificate quietly became the master key. The root
Mandatory.
document, the thing from which all other legal identity would grow. Not coincidence, not accident, not the natural evolution of a caring society. The pattern repeats with unsettling precision. And here's the strangest part. It wasn't just America. Britain's General Register Office, established in 1837, began mandatory civil registration of births. But it took until the early 20th century for enforcement mechanisms to give those records real legal teeth. France, Germany, Australia, Canada, all of them moving within the same compressed historical window toward the same system. Different nations.
And see, all these countries have been in line with each other for so long,
100%.
dealing with each other for so long.
The
France
panel
and
just left on, we was
England.
talking about that shit. How all of these, we was trying to figure out how they interact now, especially when you consider the changing, things are changing with all these different wars and attacks and shit like that. We were talking about shipping lanes and you know, all sorts of supplies and shit. Different ways the world is going to change, but we couldn't come up with nothing unless we make sure we consider that they're all joined in some way, right? They're all probably they all have their shit aligned. All of them
The
want
United
surveillance.
Nations.
Even more than that, worse than
No,
that.
but let's think about
on
it.
another level
Who's
too.
in the United Nations? Let's think about it. Who's in it? And then you got NATO.
yeah.
Who's in it? You know what I mean? Mostly everybody is in the United Nations.
Okay, and what's your point?
Well, that working together thing with quotations.
I don't know how much of the UN works together. I would agree that it points in that direction, but everybody knows it's a farce. U.S. and Israel have veto power, and every time the UN get together and say this is a human thing, or humanity, you know, the U.S. and Israel always block vote together and say no, and their votes overrule the entire UN. It's a farce, and everybody knows it.
All right. Well, let me ask you this. I know that China and Russia attend those meetings. If they were in line and allied with the UN, what do you think would be that?
That would be
Like the
greater
whole world.
evidence. That would be greater evidence. And yeah, that would do it. And even if they kept it where they're in charge, that still shows me if Russia and China and they all had veto power like they were the gods, that would point to me, yes, this is definitely one world shit. Yeah.
I think that's where we're headed, because now that think about it this way. Now that Iran is on the table for getting smacked and they don't want to step in, if Iran bows down, and remember it was sudden peace, or they declared peace before sudden destruction. You feel me? And sudden destruction of Israel. So if everybody gets in line, let's say Iran comes to the table, fine, we're going to work with you, we're going to join the UN, we're going to be playing ball. They're right next to Russia and China. If we got military establishments there, Russia and China would have to be like, all right, look. India would be like, look, y'all too close. Let's be friends. You know what I'm saying? Now
Well, that's
Russia and
what we
China will
think,
want to
but
be friends. So if they all become friends, everybody's gonna be looking like Israel. You got to stop.
all right, that was a lot of stuff that I don't know. Last time somebody surrounded Russia, last 2 times that I'm aware of, probably more. Whenever people surround Russia, they go to war, they tear them up and they tear shit up. Like, for instance, the Ukraine was going to be the last country that the UN would have had them surrounded. They went to war rather than agree with that shit. So I don't know if just because you surround them, they're going to fall into compliance. And I get the Israel reference. Why would they go against Israel again? Russia and China now.
If we bring Iran to its knees,
Oh,
the
so we
biggest
don't
player
get
in
hurt.
the area,
Yes,
if we bring
yeah.
them to their knees, and you can see how China had their hands in it, Russia had their hands in it, but now they're hands off and backing up. That brings them to the negotiation table, especially if we get a U.S. military base right there. The thing I would say is they would want to make an alliance, and
us.
if either
It'd
that
be
or
a
make an
fake alliance. It'll be a
of
fake
course,
alliance.
of
And
course,
they'd be
because
getting all
it's
the
to get
ducks
after
in a row
Israel.
to kill us. If we did that and we made them bow down in some way, even if they said we agreed to something, but it made them look bad, it would only be to get time so they could join together and fuck us up. I mean, when
And
you
I
bring to
think
the big players like China and Russia, if they're doing something like that, it's just a play for time because they
remember the
got honor too.
prophecy was saying that the whole world will be against Israel, but that's the only way it
I
would
don't
happen.
remember that.
Oh, it's in there
I
in the
remember it
Revelations.
saying, can I find it? Go ahead, pull up a Bible, find it. I remember it saying that she died in one fell swoop and the world was sad and blah, blah. But I don't never remember it saying that the entire world was at Israel at one time. I hope in Revelation, not in Revelation.
It was
not that it came, yeah.
let me see. I'm gonna see if I could pull up the
Israel and Revelation. I could Google that shit.
hold on. I usually use my book. I would have to grab my book, but
Go ahead.
I was gonna try to pull it up on the
oh yeah, you should probably pull it up on the screen.
that's what I'm trying to do right now. Let's see.
Israel's betrayed in the end times prophecy, Revelation 12. Can I just get a list or something?
I know, right? World against Israel, right?
Yeah. Right now, I'm just looking for places where they talk about Israel. Israel was portrayed as a woman who gave birth to a son, and this is in Revelation, who gave birth to a son whom the great dragon, Satan, sought to devour. Israel gave birth to a son, and Satan sought to devour Israel's son. Israel was the woman who gave birth to a son who Satan sought to devour. Yeah. Satan
All right, I think it was
out.
7-9. After this, I looked therefore. Okay, wait. After this, I looked, and there before me was a great multitude, no one could count, from every nation, tribe, people, and language, standing before the throne of the Lamb. Hold on. And they were in the hold on. The power of the words, man. I gotta look through it because I remember specifically Gog and Magog for sure. I see this one.
Surrounded, they marched over the broad plain of the earth and surrounded by the camp of the saints and the beloved city. That's something different. But fire came down from heaven and consumed them. Maybe that is what they're talking about. I don't know. Somebody surrounding God's cap. It's like reading Nostradamus when you read Revelation. It's
I know,
difficult.
right? I might as well just grab a book. Just grab the book real quick.
The kings up the earth battling against God. That's something different. Oh, here it is. Often interpreted as surrounding of Israel in the end times. Let's try Revelation 16:16. Wait.
16.
And 16:16 and 19:11 describes the kings of the earth gathering for battle against God. It is often interpreted to mean the surrounding of Israel. Maybe that's it. Let's see that first one first, I guess. Revelation. Oh, both of these in Revelation 16:16.
This is 11. Hold on. 16.
You're gonna have to read it anyway. I don't feel like zooming in and all that shit. I don't even have it yet. I'm just waiting for you.
Scroll. 10 candles.
And if you're just gonna read it, oh yeah, you can read it out your book if you're gonna read it.
I'm trying to make sure I find it. So I don't want to read the whole entire thing, even though I'm doing it.
The first one's 16:16. What does that one say?
Yeah. I was looking at that one, but I think it might even be further
And there's a
down.
second one too, in 19. But they say these two is what they're saying here. Some scholars view these events as symbolic of the ongoing spiritual battle, while others interpret them as literal, physical surroundings of the nation of Israel by antagonistic forces. This got to be them that they're talking about.
They said sudden peace they said it was peace and then sudden destruction, but I was looking for that. It was around that area.
That's the one I was talking about where they said, damn, it blew up. Or they ain't say that, but it was destroyed overnight and everybody was sad. That sounds like what you're talking about now. And I remember thinking that the reason I remember that, because I remember thinking as a kid, size-wise, you could blow up Israel overnight. If that's what, it'd be rough. And you need hundreds and probably more or whatever to fight the U.S. and some other places. But Israel, you could probably destroy most of it with a bomb or two.
Yeah, damn, man. Because now we're at the point, Mystery Babylon, the harlot, abomination of the earth. Let's see. Drunken blood, Jesus revealed. Wow, I'm sitting here reading the whole thing. I might as well keep reading the whole thing. Okay.
Or you could share this shit, right? Here I would look for Revelation 16:16.
I was looking for the actual they wage war against the land, but they're trying to see it was around prepared for the way. See, damn. I wonder what Bible this one is. This is NIV. No wonder I can't find the words.
They gathered the kings together to the place that in Hebrew is called Armageddon. The seventh angel poured out his bowl, blah, 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 blah. Voice saying it is done. All right, let me try the other one. They gathered the kings together
Maybe,
in
maybe
Armageddon.
maybe I'm tripping. Maybe I'm tripping. Maybe I'm tripping. Fuck it. Maybe I'm tripping, bro. I don't know nothing.
Well, yeah, it don't hurt to sharpen your prophecy shit. And the other one was 1911.
All right, so I will play. Are we still doing the birth certificate thing, or should we do the Bible thing? Because I mean, I could pull up
Probably
some of that too.
the Bible stuff, because I'm coming in the middle of the birth certificate thing, unless unless you think I could learn something from that. I mean, I'm sure I could.
mean, the birth certificate thing. I mean, of course it's a scam, right?
Yeah, right.
He's saying this shit's a scam.
He
I'm
said
pretty much like, yeah.
we agree. We agree. No one argue that shit, buddy.
All right, let's see the Bible. What do I got on the Bible over here?
All right, so this
There's a lot
is
of
the other one they
podcasts and
had.
stuff.
I saw heaven standing open, and there before me was a white horse whose rider was called. Okay, I've read all this before. What's that got to do with Israel being surrounded? Oh, the armies of heaven were following him, riding on the white horses and dressed in fine linen. Coming out of his mouth was a sharp sword, to which to strike down the nations. He will rule them with an iron scepter. He treads the winepress of the fury of the wrath of God Almighty. On his robe and on his thigh he has a name written, King of Kings, Lord of Lords.
Thinking about selling.
All right, so this is what we'll do. We'll play it. It's gonna go fast.
The revelation of St. John the Divine, chapter 1. The revelation of Jesus Christ, which God gave unto him to show unto his servants things which must shortly come to pass. And he sent and signified it by his angel unto his servant John, who bare record of the word of God and of the testimony of Jesus Christ, and of all things that he saw. Blessed is he that readeth, and they that hear the words of this prophecy, and keep those things which are written therein, for the time is at hand. John, to the 7 churches which are in Asia, grace.
All right, churches that are in Asia, right?
Yeah, for the
So he's
7
talking
churches.
to
I think
China
he said.
and Russia right now. Like, chill, bro, chill. Put the nukes down, man.
Oh, that is dope, because they renamed the shit Europe, trying to rename some shit. It's still Asia.
All right, so we just want to know who we talking to, right?
All right, the 7.
All right.
What's the majikas in Asia? It don't matter. The 7 something.
churches in Asia.
Churches. Okay, go ahead.
All right.
Be unto you in peace from him which is and which was and which is to come, and from the 7 spirits which are before his throne, and from Jesus.
7 spirits. Okay.
Yeah, nothing popped in my head unless it was representative of the churches. But
7 spirits which are before his throne. Okay.
Jesus Christ, who is the faithful witness and the first begotten of the dead, and the prince of the kings of the earth. Unto him that loved us and washed us from our sins in his own blood, and hath made us kings and priests unto God and his Father. To
All right. He has made us kings and priests, and to God and his Father. To him be the glory and the dominion forever. So this is to God and his Father, right? Who is God?
I think he's saying he makes man clean before him, because we're dirty and all of that stuff, but and lowly, but in front of God by his sacrifice, whatever procedure, we become kingly, meaning we've stepped into our full selves. And I forgot what the other one was. Probably, not dirty or whatever.
So this part right here is wild, because he's making us kings and priests. And to God, and his Father. So who is God and who is his Father?
Right.
So I guess God is Jesus and his Father is also God.
I think it's both of them are combined. Yeah. Not the same, but I think more things are combined than we care to believe or understand. I don't think they're separate so much.
All right. To him the glory and the dominion forever.
Him be glory and dominion forever and ever. Amen. Behold, he cometh with clouds, and every eye shall see him, and they also which pierced him, and all kindreds.
All right, so he comes in the clouds and everybody will see him. Is that where we're going with this? We're going to be able to look up. Remember, don't look up. Netflix, remember that?
I would not have taken that literal. He comes in the clouds. I was not thinking that he's literally gonna come in the clouds. I guess he could. I thought that would have meant something else.
All right, we could take it back a few seconds real quick.
Amen. Behold, he cometh with clouds, and every
He cometh with clouds, and every eye shall see him.
See, that sounds to me like he's visiting every person individually as opposed to looking up. Oh, look, there's a chariot.
Well, I mean, if giants are pretty big, right?
I was reading Enoch recently. I don't think the giants are that big.
I don't know. The Himalaya, did you see the Himalayan salt?
I don't know what that is. I mean,
that's the mountains, the Himalaya.
The theory, what a giant. Oh, go ahead. What about it? The Himalayan salt? I don't even know what that is.
Yeah, the salt, when they chop it out, it looks like meat chunks. And the shapes of the mountains look like people. Yeah. You don't think that's legit?
No, there's no reason.
It's salty as hell, just like sweat. Yeah.
I don't think that theory holds. My girl used to buy that theory, man, that mountains and shit like that were giants who had died in that form when they looked.
But the evidence is uncanny, because if you look and you've seen the giants they took to the Smithsonian, and you look at dragons.
I've looked at giants. There's nothing credible. Though for giants, I wish I could remember what a giant was. It was probably 12 feet, which is giant by any standard, but not, whatever feet 5 foot from is.
Well, there's this 16-year-old Asian girl. She's freaking 7'4". Dunking on kids. I'm like, what? So giants, yeah.
In that form. Plus, they say they made it with the people, whatever they call them. So the regular folk. So it tells me they went like feet 5 foot from again. It makes more sense. They was Shaquille O'Neal size as opposed to the size of a mountain.
I don't know. I think it would make sense because if something came from heaven, right, and it was super big, right?
How's gonna mate with the women of the earth and all of that shit? You got to bend down to talk to her. You can barely see her.
Well, you got to remember.
Hello, Betty.
Right.
Betty.
You got to remember they had an essence that they could utilize. That's all I can say. That's it. I got nothing else. Because I mean, females could take a lot. I mean, extremely. Like, wow. Like, no. You don't think so?
Well, not that fucking much. Tree trunks.
I don't know,
them swipes would be the size of
if you seen some of the objects,
trees and shit, man.
I'm talking about, you seen some of these objects, bro, you'd be like, you know what? She could probably take a tree.
This is fucked up, but I saw recently they pulled something out of a dude. And I was marveling at the size of it and shit. At the very end, they said how they got it out of him. I was like, what? I'm thinking, how do you swallow something this big? He had stuck it up the other side. Oh, my God.
Oh, no. Oh, man. I guess he was trying to straighten out his guts.
I bet you I was looking at, I'll be looking for the biggest stuff ever found in humans. Right? They be like leaving scissors and all sorts of shit. If you ever look, crazy shit. And people got this thing where they swallow shit. There's a name for it, and they can't stop, man. So you be finding, some people swallow rocks, marbles, I don't know, weird shit.
They be hungry.
Maybe you had to go to therapy. So you can't do it. Don't do that.
All right. So
Hair.
do you want to do this or do you want to? I got some other shit in my back pocket.
Whatever you like, bro.
All kinds of shit, bro.
Whatever
I'm just
you like.
vibing with
Whatever.
you, bro. It's up to you.
Let me see. Anything conspiratorial, right? I think I'd like. What are you? Yeah.
All right.
What about the war shit that's going on right now? Because I know you got an opinion on that shit. Have you looked?
I was looking. I just like the information hits me.
Shit or something. Bring up embassy bombed or something, and see an article. Because they bombed about, I don't know, a bunch of different places just now.
Because the information, I've been looking at it. I was just like,
if you talking, I can't hear you.
Nah, I said the information. I was looking at it. Yeah, I am talking. Hold on. Wait a minute.
All right.
Hold on. Can you hear me?
We'll leave and come back. Can you hear me? What the fuck?
Yeah, I can hear you.
If you can hear me, raise your hand. Do something.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna leave and come back. Maybe my phone tripping.
Oh shit. Let me see real quick. Oh, that was cool. All right, let's see. Welcome back.
Man. Check out some of that war shit. I would love to get your input on it. Because if you ain't been watching, I mean, within the last hour, they probably bombed half a dozen embassies, bridges, and Israel, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia. Iran lost their fucking mind in the last hour. Trump was just talking about 6 Americans killed, and they got video footage of anything you type in bombings tonight or something like that. Iran bombings, anything like that, and there should be just endless footage of it. It's going on right now.
I got you.
Yeah, I can hear you now.
All right. I won't lie. I've been watching it a little bit. I haven't been giving 2 fucks, honestly, because it doesn't even matter at this point. To me, at least, because my opinion wouldn't matter. I believe that Iran needs to make up its mind on if it's gonna be against America or if it's gonna be willing to work with America.
It'll do both. It'll work with America, but it's still going to hate us. It's just going to work with us so we don't kill them. But it's still, we're not going to take them not liking us. We can't get rid of that. They're going to hate us.
Well, it doesn't sound like they want to get along, so looks like we got to smack some ass. And the only reason is because if they continue to get guns and all kinds of deals with Russia and China, it's gonna put more pressure on Israel. Israel's gonna put more pressure on us, and we're gonna get here eventually.
Wow, kill them niggas before they make Israel mad,
right?
Jeez.
Because it's gonna get real annoying, and it's gonna be more money to Israel. Nobody's gonna like it. So let Israel figure out Israel, and let America figure out America. And the only way to do that is to show China.
They're bombing China and Russia embassies everywhere. Now, America's in it. They're bombing our people. They've killed our soldiers. Iran, and we're in it now.
Well, that's the thing. This guy, he's always so good. He's good.
Welcome to Stackleback Tonight. I'm Eric Stackleback, coming to you from Washington, D.C. on day 3 of Operation.
All right, before I
You
do
should
that, I gotta.
you should really
I gotta
pick
run
shorts
this.
or something. You could see the video of the explosions and shit. You should just pick shorts from the bombs rather than hearing somebody long out definition of it.
That's why I usually play it all fast and shit.
Epic fury. Finally,
This guy
after
usually
47
has
years of murder.
This guy usually has good cuts and stuff.
All right, if you're confident in him, I'm interested suddenly. Yeah.
Yeah, no, he's pretty good. He's Eric. He does his thing. He's like a self-made newscaster kind of thing.
Mayhem and terror, the Iranian regime is being held accountable for its many crimes. The U.S. and Israel are undertaking an historic joint operation that President Trump says is well ahead of schedule. The president.
For what crimes? What the fuck is he talking about?
Well, we got to keep listening, right?
Well, what
Today,
crimes?
that's 49.
He said they're
Welcome to
well-known
Stackelbeck
crimes.
tonight. I'm
and
Eric
all that
Stackelbeck coming
bullshit.
to you from Washington, D.C. on day 3 of Operation Epic Fury. Finally, after 47 years of murder, mayhem, and terror, the Iranian regime is being held accountable for its many crimes. The U.S. and Israel are undertaking an historic joint operation that President Trump says is well ahead of schedule. The president said today that some 49 Iranian leaders have been killed since the operation launched on Saturday morning. Most importantly, that list includes Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah.
All right.
The fuck is he even talk about? Why would you go over there killing these people? So far, fuck is he talking about?
Well, he was told down in Israel through that whole thing, and down in Gaza, he was giving us scoops and stuff like that. A lot of the news people were hearing was from this guy right here.
It sounds like, well, he ain't said nothing yet, I guess. It sounds like he's about to shield me 1,000%. He's setting me up for something rather than giving me facts, because the fuck is he talking about? Finally, Iran is being held for its crimes.
If you don't follow his stuff, and if you don't know the information that he knows, and if you haven't been,
I don't know that I know the information he knows. I know I don't follow him. But
yeah,
I got the same information available to me that he does, and so do you. So I'm asking you, before you have to take his narratives, or if you do, what crimes are they guilty of? What are we at war? Two different questions. What crimes are they guilty of over there, and why are we at war with them right now?
I'm gonna tell you the truth. I don't really give a fuck.
I wouldn't ask you that shit. So
that's
does
why
that mean you
I'm
don't
just
know?
saying. No, here's the thing. I hear what everybody has to say about it, and I keep myself prepared for my front door, because that's all I can do.
That's irrelevant. I don't tell me about your house right now when I'm asking you a question. What's that about?
You asked me about this stuff. I don't follow this stuff like this. I listen to everybody. I listen to you. I listen to them. I don't have an opinion. I'm sorry. I don't. I don't care.
Okay, so here's the question. You're unaware of any crimes that Iran has been doing. None that you come into your mind because you don't really pay attention to it, I think is my answer.
I heard Iran has their hands in a bunch of different terrorist activity. We gave them a bunch of money. They gave a bunch of money to people. I heard that there's something happening between all of these different groups that led back into the Iraq and the Afghanistan situations, but it's something to do with religious stuff. And at the same time, like I said, it's not really my business. Everybody has their opinion and their details.
I know that.
So,
you don't have to keep saying that, right?
Hey, that's because
it's just
like,
weird. Why do you keep repeating that? It's just us here. I heard you.
Actually, it's me and the world and you. We're all here. But
right. Well, you're talking
to
me and you keep repeating it like you. I'm sorry.
I'm just stating what I'm stating because this is my truth. Like, this is the truth
but
for
you
me.
interrupt
I don't
a conversation that's ongoing to keep saying "hey" and the same thing over and over in the middle of a conversation. You just keep saying that. I understand that everybody has their own opinion. You don't really have one here. Blah blah. Okay, you don't have to keep repeating. I get it. If it's for me.
Oh, my bad. I was just gonna let you hear this guy, and you can.
Yeah, let's hear it.
Yeah.
And architect of the Iranian terror empire. He was killed in an Israeli airstrike along with several other top Iranian officials on Saturday. The goal now for this operation, a few really. Number one, to end Iran's nuclear program once and for all. Number two, destroy Iran's ballistic missile capabilities. 3, obliterate Iran's navy and its military and terror infrastructure. 4th, end Iran's support of terror proxies like Hamas and Hezbollah. And 5th, empower the Iranian people to take to the streets
Pause.
and overthrow this wicked.
That's where he's standing, and I don't know what you think about it. You're anti something.
Well, I think I can just smell bullshit. Can you back it up to one and stop on one at a time? I'm gonna show you what he just did here. Remember,
everybody
we're asking,
does it right.
why they're into war. All right, what was the first one he said?
To end Iran.
Okay, there it is. To end Iran's nuclear program once and for all. Not our business. Stay the fuck out. Israel been trying to crush their nuclear capabilities for 36 years now or something. Probably whatever, forever. That's just Netanyahu alone. Stay the fuck out of there, because you're not gonna go crush North Korea and shit because they have nuclear weapons. You're being a bitch.
It's too late.
Leave them alone. Okay, but I'm
when
just
North
saying,
Korea was
reasons.
coming up, that was their chance. But China had their back, right?
Yeah, you're not gonna stop China. This is bully shit. This is bullshit. I think you get to decide what weapons sovereign nations have when everybody else has them. Israel have them, and they won't even tell you that they have them. How many they got? None of that. You ain't attacking Israel because they're your buddies. This is bullshit. All right, but that's number one. The reasons they're in the war. He said to end their nuclear programs once and for all. Because I don't know if you're aware. I don't know, 8 days ago or something, they bombed their nuclear shit and said it was no longer a threat. We got all the nuclear shit. And then now this is their number one reason. We're going after the nuclear shit once and for all. I smell bullshit already because I saw you on the news a week ago. All right, go ahead. Let me see what 2 was. I had beasts with all but 4.
All right. You got it all out. You got anything else?
not for number 1. I got the same shit for number 2. I don't remember what it was, but I know I had a contention with it.
All right. Well, if I give my opinion on number 1, if Iran gets nukes, it's not going to be good for Europe either, which would be Britain and all that. They'd be in striking range as well. Ethiopia would be in striking range as well. We like Ethiopia. We all gotta like Ethiopia. That's like the cradle of civilization, man. I don't want Iran to get nukes, bro. And then they're like Muslims too. They like death to America. I don't like it. We already got one North Korea. We don't need a second North Korea.
I ever wonder why they say shit like death to America. Not to stray the topic too far, but if someone has cause to say that, we're in their business all the fucking time. They don't come over here fucking around in our business.
That's a lie. Dude, I lost property, just killed some people in Texas. I don't like them.
Nigga, they did that because they killed their president. If that's what you're talking about, the shooting in Texas, you kill their president.
Yeah, but they've been stabbing
some niggas over
people
there
and acting assholes for so long.
No, that's nonsense. You don't go to war because motherfuckers an asshole. That's just dumb as. I mean, I don't want to say that. I'm trying to spark nothing, but that's not a good fucking reason to be talking about going to war because they've been assholes for years. I mean,
fucking with us, yeah, dude. I'm tired of getting fucked with. You ain't tired of getting fucked with?
They haven't fucked with us. We've been fucking with them for years.
Look, they've been fucking with our fellow Christians.
Damn, see, if they ain't been fucking with us though, right?
They've been persecuting us.
You don't even know.
They beating up bitches for one hair out of their hijab. It's crazy work, bro.
What do you think they're doing in China and North Korea? Because North Korea got the work factories.
Guess what China did? They used to kill your daughter if you had more than one, and now they don't got no bitches and they regret it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We didn't decide we're gonna go.
They don't do it no more.
China. We didn't say we're gonna go and attack and kill North Korea.
We made China.
What is the logic that we get to do it to them? Because it's small?
We made China. After Japan decimated their asses, we picked up their pieces and put Japan in its place.
I wouldn't be, bragging, because, fucking everything we buy is from China right now. They got the...
Exactly. We built China.
But
The
I mean, they're
fuck?
pimping the fuck out of us now. All the steel and shit and everything
Well,
else
no,
that
they're
used to
just
be
being a
bought over
horrible
here
hoe.
is
No,
being
they're just
bought
being a
over
horrible
there
hoe.
now.
No, they're just being
They
a
got
horrible
the
hoe.
product now.
Yeah, but look, remember, we went there. We was the pimp. We had them hoeing all over the world, and now we started buying our own product because we married the bitch. That's
What are you
what
talking
happened.
about? We
We
had
just
them.
made the hoe into a housewife. That's what we did. We
I
was
don't
the
know what you're
pimp in the
talking about.
beginning. We was pimping China out, making all this
No, I
cheap
heard you say it,
goods.
but I don't understand.
Yeah.
We was.
And look, we took the hoe off the street after we made her a hoe. We
I
took her
get
off the
it's the
street and
whole
married
analogy.
her.
Be more direct. What are you saying? Be more
We took
direct.
the hoe
The
off
whole
the street and
analogy is not
married
working.
her.
You just
We
used the
married
same
that hoe.
words where I said I don't understand. Be more direct, and you repeated the same exact words.
We just
as if
turned
I'm
a hoe
supposed to
into a
understand it.
housewife.
Maybe if you keep repeating the same exact words, I'll get it. That'll work, right? That usually works for you,
Look.
right? Just keep repeating the same exact words
Look.
rather than explain a different way.
Look,
It was about China.
China-
I think that in the beginning, China bought our shit. We were gods. U.S. steel, U.S. cars. We were gods. They bought our shit. Now it's been reversed. We buy any cheap, addictive bullshit that they have. They have the best steel, quality steel, and all of the shit we were known for. Everybody else has it. That's the way I see it. How do you see it without saying, hoe got run into a tree? What that mean? Hoe went into a tree. What's that mean? A hoe was in a tree, Joe. Be specific. I named countries and what they did.
China
Yeah.
was made by the U.S. We took everything, brought it over there because the value of the money was cheaper.
I took everything and brought it over there. What are you? I don't know what that means. Are you saying we exported goods or we imported goods? What are you saying?
See, here's the thing. We used to export goods to China. See what I'm saying?
I agree,
Now we're
huh?
exporting goods from China.
That means
Our
imported.
goods.
Wait,
No. See,
You're
the
saying
manufacturing we had here,
yeah.
American manufacturing, got
Yeah.
moved to China. We
Yes.
built China. China is built off of American ingenuity.
It sounds like we're
Their
being
whole
pimped
shit.
again. They got all the companies and
Oh, but
everything.
no, we can't go back to the pimp analogy because you don't want to go there. Because I said we married that hoe. Do you understand? We pimped her out, and now we turned around and married her? The fuck is we doing?
All right. I thought you were saying like it's a positive thing.
No, it's not. We just made a hoe into a housewife after we turned her into a hoe. She's out for blood.
All right, let's see the second one.
nuclear program once and for all. Number two,
Destroy Iran's ballistic missile capabilities. Again.
This is a Israel thing.
Yes, again, who the fuck are we that we're over there doing that? This is shit agenda.
Now, number one is a world thing. Number two is an Israel thing. I'll give you that.
One was Israel as well. And this is Israel been trying to do this for years as well. They got video every about 6 years or something. Netanyahu comes out and says they're 5 years away from blowing us up because of the technology. He makes that claim every 5 or 6 years. So at this time, you crying wolf, motherfucker. Plus, the U.S. went over there to blew it up to soothe your ass. Not good enough. And to destroy their ballistic missiles, not our fucking business. You know, if we get into the business of stopping niggas from having ballistic missiles, there's a lot more countries that we got to suppress suddenly. This is Israel bullshit, in my opinion.
destroy Iran's ballistic missile capabilities. 3, obliterate Iran's Navy.
This is an Israel thing.
His Navy. Yes. What the fuck do we care about Iran's Navy, right?
Now,
We would
the
never see
second, that last part, though, the very last part is the American thing, the terror infrastructure.
We create
That's what we're worried about. But the first part and the second part, that's Israel.
the terror infrastructure. We would have created that in some ways, right? We'd have won our CIA, would have trained every one of them niggas. And the homeborn terrorists is because we drop bombs on them and do shit to them at will, and we don't even give a fuck. Of course, you're creating enemies every time you align with their enemies and do stupid shit and give them monies to bomb, and your grandmama blow up in a hospital. Yes, you're gonna hate them. You're creating the terrorists every time you're not minding your business. You're creating terrorists.
I think terrorists are gonna be there regardless, because if you really want to spread your faith and you really love your country, and then you believe that your country's better than other countries, you want to enforce that. I don't think America is less than other countries, but I don't say it's 100% better. There is a few things that we could learn from other countries that would make us better here if we just implemented a few social policies, but stay capitalistic. We'll be fine. But our people just need a little more attention.
Social policies you're talking about. That was the only part I think I didn't get. If we institute social
the government
policies.
should pay for our electricity and our water.
Okay, yeah, I hear what you're saying.
And they should fix that stuff because it's infrastructure that's vital to military defense.
They could afford it easily. All the money that they lose and come up, like, oh my God, I don't know why he's giving billions to Argentina and all these other countries and shit.
And then food, our farming, that should be government as well. That shouldn't even be corporations. They shouldn't be allowed to do that. And they should be subsidizing regular farmer dudes that want to do it. And then all that, they get their government paycheck. They get their benefits and things like that. And that's the little government situation. And they just provide food and work the land and make it as beautiful and perfect and pure as possible. That's what we need to do.
Any corporate shit should be limited. Like
you shouldn't even be able to corporatize it.
Listen to my shit. Like out of all the farmland, we're gonna set aside 30% for all corporate shit. So now it's less attractive. You can only get X amount of land because you only get this between all you fucks. So yeah, and it don't fuck with the farmers type shit.
Yeah, at least limit them, yeah. But I was definitely trying to subsidize farming to government, where the government is like, yo, what do you need? And they're just getting your stuff. You know what I mean? They're just giving you to maintain that land and put out the most pure product. No pesticides, no GMOs, like the purest, reinvigorate the land. You feel me?
The farmers would do that on their own without the corporations coming up with these big contracts with these big pesticide companies and shit.
Yes.
The farmers would pull it off. We
need to get the government and the farmers working together on this farmland and kick the corporations out. If we need to buy them out at 33% of what they bought it for and a gun to their head, it is what it is.
Yeah.
Right off the rest on your taxes.
Yeah, contracts. It's a contract. Contracts got to be up. Okay, so we're not honoring a contract next year. You got a way out of all of that shit. Yeah, we're gonna.
So we just gotta kick the corporations. At least keep them out of that. Let them have tech. Let them have tech. Fuck it. There's nothing we can do about it. We already got certain contracts, but then you can say, you know what? As a government, we can start buying companies.
It ain't smart to give up tech, because the same way all these little people want to be farmers, these little people want to be tech guys. But if you make all the laws where only the big guys get to be and control tech and shit, and corporations get to bully and run it the way they do farms,
and these little guys,
these little guys who would have started the tech shit would have never even gotten the opportunity to flourish if these big companies run everything.
And this is what I'm saying. If the government becomes one of the players and says, you know what, we'll let you guys have tech the way it is, we'll leave it the way it is, but the government goes and starts buying up these little guys and getting them to work in the government, getting them to work with the government, and putting these new technologies that they're coming up with actually to work for our government. And then things like buses that are supplied by our cities. Now we got these awesome buses. We got this better fuel. We got all these different things that are available. But if the government is not incentivizing new inventors like they used to, just have fairs and stuff, bro. You know what I mean? There's just so much we can do. And I just want to bring the community back. We used to have like Dude, did you know? You remember when we wanted to battle robots back in the day? They have robot battling competitions and shit. I was looking. I was like, what?
In what ways? If you're talking about the ones that they put behind the glass, they still got those, and they're just as good as they ever were.
They're even better now.
Right, they're better
now. Bro. I'm saying, I'm thinking about putting some bets and shit.
My eyes. I was like, did I see that?
Yeah, man.
There's some knock him across the ring like that.
Bro, I was looking at some stuff, bro. The fastest vehicles. I was watching these freaking drag bike races. Bro.
Yeah,
200 miles an hour, bro. That's crazy.
It takes some courage, but now some of the speeds these cars go is like fucking crazy now. I mean, like when I was growing up, the motorcycles were set apart. Right, they do 0 to 60 in 2-point-something seconds. Ridiculous shit that the cars could never touch. Now you got cars that outrun these motorcycles, man. They are that fucking fast now.
Damn. And I was looking at these little RC racer cars things, and they have these RC jet. I was like, no way, bro. That thing's like took the fuck off.
The ones in the circular track. Them motherfuckers run so fast you can't even see it. The ones that they put a tether to a pole in the middle and it flies around the track, them motherfuckers go hundreds of miles an hour. You can't even see it. It's crazy. Little RC cars and shit. I guess they gas powered though. To hit them speeds.
That shit was crazy, man. The shit I be watching, bro.
Well, ain't nothing but this war all over the fucking TV. I got in the background. I don't know the shit that's going on. And we was showing some of the shit on the other panel, some of the explosions, because everybody kept popping up. This embassy attack, Bahrain attack, bridge blown up over here. And we was watching some of the explosions. They all of them were saying drone attacks. I thought it would be some type of drone and just, blow off a little. No, these motherfucking drones apparently are massive. They down there taking buildings down. And there's a bunch of them, boom, 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 and they just won.
Damn, that's crazy. That's crazy.
Yeah, and they not just hitting one motherfucker. They blowing up they embassies everywhere and different
He told
countries.
everybody to stay inside. I'm sorry. He did though. He's like, look, we about to be blowing up y'all shit. Everybody stay inside, stay out the street. Get away from any major areas that might explode.
Nah.
We're gonna bomb the fuck out of you.
I'm talking about.
We're gonna bomb the shit out of it.
I'm talking about Iran bombing motherfuckers.
Oh, okay.
These are all places Iran bombed. Israel.
Well, they have to.
They bomb.
If they don't launch them now, they ain't gonna have nothing left.
After this, type in Israel bomb. They bombing the shit out of Israel.
Wait, isn't that the one where they were shooting all the shit, and then the little golden dome or whatever?
Well, it's not working now. Fucking the Capitol and shit being blown up now. It ain't working right now.
Hold on. Let me see.
And its military and terror infrastructure. Fourth, end Iran's support of terror proxies like Hamas and
people who we created, but that one I'm not so big on. Yeah.
All right, let me see. How old is this one?
Israel bombed
2 hours ago. He streamed this 2 hours ago.
Hezbollah. And fifth, empower the Iranian people to take to the streets and overthrow this wicked regime. Here was President Trump earlier today on why this operation is so necessary.
I just want to see a video. Fuck, I don't want to hear his propaganda bullshit. I don't want to hear his version of PSYOP.
An Iranian regime armed with long-range missiles and nuclear weapons would be an intolerable threat to the Middle East, but also to the American people. Our country itself would be under threat, and it was very nearly under threat. This was our last best chance to strike what we're doing right now and eliminate the intolerable threats posed by this sick and sinister regime. And they are indeed sick and sinister.
Okay, do you have anything to say about what the president said?
No, he just said exactly what I would have expected him to say.
Now, this operation to take down the world's #1 state sponsor of terrorism does not come without a cost. 4 U.S. service members have been killed thus far, and as Iran's regime sees that its days may be numbered, it is lashing out in all directions. Over the past 3 days, Iran has fired missiles and drones at U.S. bases and close to a dozen countries.
This is what you wanted to see?
Over the last few days, I guess. No, I said this will do, I guess. And at that point, I was talking about Israel. Israel probably won't be on here because they just got hit a little while ago.
All right, so this is all the people they've been hitting.
Up until a couple hours ago, I think you said. Still interesting. They've been hitting everybody.
And we're not supposed to hit them?
We did hit them. That's why they're hitting us. We did that. Remember?
Well, if
we started the war.
If they don't shoot now, they ain't gonna have nothing to shoot in 5 minutes because everything's gonna be blowed up.
Okay, I agree that they're gonna hit back, but you know, we did this. This don't occur if we don't go over there and kill somebody.
Well, I mean, look, it's Israel's fault.
Several of its Arab Muslim neighbors.
See? Israel's fault. UAE?
100%.
Qatar? This is wild. What'd they do? They been backing y'all niggas up. What the fuck? Y'all just skipped Iraq. Y'all been through enough. Oh shit. Turkey, y'all barely got missed. Let's see.
Arab Emirates and Bahrain in particular have come under heavy fire. Saudi Arabia also suffered a blow today when its Rostan.
Damn. Damn. That's a hot box, baby. Could you imagine smoking that much weed?
I'd be dead because I tried, bro. I died. Yeah.
Oh, shit.
Get out of there, Joe.
I be asleep. I'm like,
Get out of there.
I don't know if he's gonna wake up. I'm hungry.
Right, they gonna wake up looking for onion rings. He's fine. He's fine.
Largest was struck by Iranian drones. Israel has borne the brunt of the Iranian response with a missile claiming the lives of 9 Israelis.
Israel! Dude, whose house was that? Uncle Charlie!
Right?
In Bet Shemesh near Jerusalem on Sunday. But again,
poor people. I'm so sorry. My condolences, Duck.
And don't forget the guy who shot up Texas, right? He's a Iranian a couple days ago or yesterday or something.
In the famous words of Snoop Dogg, run nigga, duck nigga, duck nigga. Run motherfucker, run motherfucker, run.
Yeah, I bet y'all glad y'all didn't get Trump that peace prize now, ain't you, motherfuckers?
Well, guess what? Some lady got a peace prize and she didn't do shit. How about that? Slap in the face.
I don't know who got the winners for.
In a little bit, we'll start
Hey, Siri.
bothering AI.
Who got the last Nobel Peace Prize?
Some white bitch.
Yes, or somebody.
Some white bitch, yeah. Gotcha.
No, I sound like a Muslim.
Oh.
Malala, I can't even pronounce. She might be African. Yousafzai. Prize Nobel. Oh, that's 2014. What the fuck? I say that. What the? This don't ever trust these people. Fucker. This is crazy.
You ask Siri something. That's funny. Like Apple has any AI.
Who got the last Nobel Peace Prize?
Say 25 or 26.
Oh, this time I asked Google. Maria Corina Machado. So it's fat. Wasn't white. That's the goddamn shit. That's the show. She ain't white.
Korean Machado.
Maria Machado. So she's Hispanic. For her tireless work promoting democratic rights, the struggle for peaceful transition from the dictatorship in Venezuela. So she got it for something doing over there. Recognize uniting the opposition against the government.
Okay. So she's the snitch.
I don't know what I don't know. If
she must have told, hey, he's over here. And
Yeah,
they're
probably.
like, all right, cool.
Yeah, I agree the guy wasn't a good guy, but shit, that cannot be our criteria for killing, because we got to kill Prince Charles now. We got to kill Netanyahu, got to go first. We got to kill a lot of people.
Well, look, think about it this way. We can't do that until everybody joins the UN. Once everybody joins the UN and it's the United Nations, we win.
I don't know if that's a thing.
It is. That's the only way out. The only way to shut Israel up is to have everybody join the United Nations, Ukraine, Russia, everybody. And now we're all the United Nations and it's not separate anymore.
All right, the last part of what I was saying is, I don't know if that's a thing because you'd have to divide it to equal parts where everybody has an equal word. And some nations are just not willing to do that. I don't think that Russia and China are going to be like, okay, we got to follow the U.S. lead. And anything,
no,
if
it won't be a U.S.
say
lead.
something,
it'll be a fucked up version of what we have in America, but it would be for the whole world. It'd be like that.
Okay,
no,
so
think about
it won't be no longer a United States, because right now United States and Israel got veto power. It don't matter what the UN come up with, and we're still supposed to be one. But these two countries,
there's no bigger superpowers. If Russia and China were in there, that's two more, and then you got Iraq, you got India will be in there. Like there's some of the standing nations that are not in there yet. You know what I'm saying? And if Russia and China play ball, everybody else will go along because you got all the nukes. Now
we're
North Korea is all by
if
themselves.
Russia and China will play ball. Will Russia
then
come
North Korea ain't shit at that point.
Well, okay,
they would have to play ball.
I'm not talking about North Korea yet. When Russia and China come in, are they going to be okay with the U.S. and Israel having veto power to veto any idea they come up with?
There's not going to be any veto power. It's not going to work like that.
They have it now.
No, I'm saying it won't work like that. It don't work like that because there's no one there to challenge. You would have Russia and China as superpowers with nukes.
All right, that's why I said it would work if you divided it up where everybody had a say. But if you
that's what I'm saying, it will.
The shit that it is now, there's no reason where some people would join it. Other people would join it because they're afraid. Which you don't want them joining because they're afraid.
Well,
you want them
joining
because they believe the philosophy.
Think about how ours is set up for our states. Think about each country being its own state.
Yeah, everybody getting a say. I dig it.
Exactly. And all their little provinces or their territories are a part of their state.
And think of it,
country.
The way it is now, you got to assume that all of this is divided up between the 50 states, all equal, and we get our say to a thing, except there are two more members, Russia and China. And if we all 50 states agree, either one or both of them can veto the shit and shut all of our shit down. Now it doesn't sound like
no. What I'm saying is it's like how it is here. The people vote. And then a representative votes on our behalf.
That's what I'm saying.
You feel me?
You'd have to chop it up equally. It can't be like it is now. Now it is fucked up. It is really bad.
I'm talking about like it is in America, how it is.
No,
you got to remember those
be
Democrats, the socialists, and everybody would get grouped up, and we'd have parties, and we'd be dealing with this shit. Yeah, and the world will go whichever way the parties go. So that's why we have to be very careful on how we do it. Because if we only get one vote and everybody votes against us, think about it that way. Now America has to do all of that, or it's a new war. That part.
Right.
Yeah. So do we give up our veto power? Because we want it to be more like here, right? Or do everybody get along now and we're like, you know what? We want it to be more like Islam because more people are Islam.
I think the latter is preferable to the first one. I don't want to be part of the guy who says, I'll kill anyone who doesn't do what I say. Fuck that nigga. So in other words, if I'm gonna start a true agreement with someone, it's got to be on found footings. We're equal. I got to give them that to start with. The relationship that starts on nigga bow to what I say because I'm bigger. I don't want to be, none of that. That's just unattractive.
All right, but if everything leans towards Muslim, are you down to do that too?
As long as it leans toward harm nobody and all of that, yeah, I'm down with it. Whatever it is, I
What
don't care
if
what you
I
call
want to
it.
stay Christian though?
You should be allowed, yeah.
But what if they say no because everybody agrees
If
that it
they
should be
out,
Muslim only? This is what we're gonna come down to at the
yeah.
end of it. Because
No,
if
no,
it's
no,
not
no,
gonna
no.
be
That's
more
not
like
a.
how it is here,
Yeah.
where we
That's,
have a freedom of religion all over the world, then
yeah.
it's gonna be more like it is over there, where there is no other religion but their one worldview.
But I think you got to
Especially
go
if the
back to your.
votes, if
I
they all go
think you
Democrat,
listen.
right?
I think
Go
you
ahead,
got
go
to go
ahead.
back to your state analogy. The states. It's not like if half the states get together, they could outlaw Christianity or outlaw a religion just because the states got together. These are different countries. You don't get to vote on my religion. That don't even come up. Only thing that come up is supposed to be endeavors where we help people and where we don't let someone who's not part of
Some of
us
these countries are
attack
Muslim
us.
based though. That's
Well, I
their
don't know
actual
what that
country's
means.
religion. Their
So
country's religion.
I'm not
And
sure
that's
if your
the only religion.
I'm not
You
sure
feel
what
me?
your point is. I understand that there are Muslim countries. I'm not sure what that has to do with anything. We're not voting
Okay,
on their religion. It's
there's
got nothing to do with us.
I'm just saying, look, if there was, or let's say, for example, we have like America and there's a Muslim state, right? Do we have a Muslim state? We have a Mormon state, Utah, right?
What's this
For
got to do with
example,
that?
I'm trying to make a point. My point is, if all of the states started to become Muslim and they all agreed, 50 of them or 49 of them, they want to all be
Yes,
Muslim for all
I
of
understood that
America.
the first time you said it. How do you
This is where I'm at.
rationalize that back over to the UN? We're talking about the UN, right? Are
Exactly.
you saying the same thing would apply to the UN? Because
Yes.
how does the UN get to vote on anything for another country? That's not a thing. Over here in the States analogy, it applies. But over there, you don't get to vote on what Venezuela does or Mexico does and shit like that unless
But
they're harming someone.
if we all become one United States, like one new United Nations, when we're under one, like we're all agreeing on this is how we should do with the countries
Well, that's not
for
the
a world
UN as
order.
it exists now. That is
Yeah,
nothing
we don't
like
have
the
enough
UN
power.
exists now.
We don't
Well,
have
why
enough
would we
power.
want that?
Well,
We don't
if
have
you want
enough
world
power.
peace,
There is no world peace. You kill everyone and then you get it. What the fuck kind of shit is that? If you want world
no.
peace, you got to kill a few niggas and make them do what you say. Then you have peace. What are you,
But if
Hitler?
they hate you, then they can't. Then they're not
They
gonna comply.
should. If you that nigga, they should hate you, right? Any God-fearing person should hate that nigga with that philosophy. Yes, he's dangerous. Take his nuclear weapons. He's an asshole because he's the one who's actually gonna use weapons on other nations. None of these nations that we're attacking stepped foot over here and spit on our soil. And
Of
we're
course
all
they
in
did.
their business. None of them did.
And we sent a lot of them back home recently.
Yeah, none of the nations assaulted us, and we assaulted all of them.
See, you
Not
gotta
only just
remember,
assaulted,
assault comes in different ways. We can get in trouble for a few words on the internet nowadays. So if they go worldwide saying death to everybody over here, that's a personal threat. All right. And then you
Well,
have people coming to our colleges acting
don't
out,
act like
free
don't
Palestine, hurting
wait.
people, causing
What are you
riots.
supposed to
Unless
do?
it's this. Well,
Wait,
this ain't their
wait.
country.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you
What the
a
fuck?
question.
Huh.
What are you supposed to do when a person, comes into your country? Like nigga, come here. Let's say Iran comes here, kills some people, take over some shit, and tell us we're not allowed to use our sales phone from 9 to 12, whatever random arbitrary shit we think we can do to other countries. You're gonna get people who hate you, call you names, and say, fuck you, I hope you die. And you expect that. We're Americans. The least we're gonna do is say something. You think they're inhuman. We go over to do all this horrendous shit to them. But you're not allowed to complain. You can't say you hope we die back. When we literally killed y'all, you can't say you hope we die back. It's crazy talk. It's like you think they're less than you are.
I never said any of that.
It was inherent in everything you said.
No, there's nothing inherent in what I said. I say words in order. Do not change the order. Do not change the understanding of what I say, because you're gonna misunderstand me. Now,
No,
your
I'm trying to
opinion-
misunderstand you. I'm telling you, you're saying shit that.
No, I'm not saying anything.
not
You're
the
assuming,
truth.
or you're reading into something
You're
that
not
you
saying
think is going in a
anything.
direction.
All this talking, you're not saying anything. Is that what you?
I'm not
Yeah.
saying anything close to what you're trying to imply.
You wouldn't know. You've
I
never
would
looked at
very well
yourself
know.
when it comes to.
I
these
am
things.
looking at myself, because these things I don't have a high opinion about.
That's exactly
I'm looking
what I
at things
said.
from a look. I'm looking at things from a game of risk here. When I say this, everybody's life is a part of this grand simulation that we're all in right now. What happens after we're not here anymore is still a bit of a mystery, but we have an idea from the lore and the history that has been given to us in this simulation.
Does logic play a role in this simulation? Yes, obviously it does. So when you say things that aren't logical, just because you think they are, I should not fall in line and take what you said as true. And prove that I know it's not logical, when I take you down that line of logic investigation, you blow up or get angry or something. That's how I know that you know your
angry
logic
about
is faulty.
anything. I haven't blown up. I haven't gotten angry about anything. I've been just like this the whole time, just chilling. I don't have anything against you, Joe. If you want to try to get me in a gotcha moment, continue to keep trying. I don't care, and I'm not really falling for any of it, because my opinion
is fucking scared of the got you moments. I forgot all about that
Oh,
bullshit.
you can't got me, because, dude, I
don't
want to
got you. That's in your imagination.
I don't know. I don't have an opinion on any of this.
Yes. I think you're making my point. So when you say this, I don't have an opinion, I don't really look at it. And then you give me your opinion on shit, you should be like, I should just take my word for it. I don't know.
I'm just saying, from somebody that
logical.
doesn't have any detail, and what I'm hearing from this guy, what I'm hearing from you, based off of my reasoning, based off of what I've heard from other people, including you, I'm making a little hypothesis. And if you believe I'm wrong, that's fine.
No,
Because I'm not trying to be right. I'm just saying, from what I've heard, this is what I understand. Oh, you're wrong. And I'm like, okay, you should just give me your understanding and try to get me in a gotcha. Because I'm telling you, I don't know.
I am not talking about when you simply restate the facts as you've heard them or what's going on. We have no problem there. When I ask you your personal shit, which
When
is
you
why
ask
you
me
say
my personal stuff,
when I
do
ask
not
you your
assume-
personal, when
do
I
not
ask you your
assume
personal,
anything other than what I say. That's the
when
only
I
way to
ask
take
that-
it.
No, this is life. That's not a thing. You're not
It is a
God, so
thing.
no one just takes your word at a thing. You're not
No,
God.
I'm not telling you to
no
take my
one's
word.
Ever gonna just
I'm not
assume
telling
what
you to take
say.
my word and telling you that I'm right. I'm telling you, if you ask me to answer a question, or if you ask me my opinion, I'm telling you ahead of time and after that my opinion is not God. My opinion means nothing. Don't judge it, because it's not even real. So whatever you believe, keep it, but don't argue with me because you asked me my opinion. I didn't say, let me give you my opinion. I don't give a fuck to give you my opinion, because my opinion doesn't fucking matter. So if you ask me, then just take it and drop it. Don't judge it. I don't give a fuck. I didn't want to give it to you in the first place. You asked me for it.
I
So
get
just
it.
fucking accept it. Or don't ask me my fucking opinion. It's that simple.
Okay.
Because you're wasting both of our time at that point.
There's a third option.
Waste your own time then. And if I don't answer and I
then you
continue,
won't answer. There's
then
a
I won't
third
answer.
option. There's a third option I choose to follow. I'll continue to ask your opinion, and I will continue to
judge me. Fine. Whatever.
I'm
just gonna give you less opportunity
by your opinion. You should. You shouldn't. But I expect
I'll just give you less opportunity, because if you're gonna judge me after asking my opinion, after telling you I don't care about my opinion and I don't care to give it to you, but you want it anyway to judge me for an opinion off of information that I heard that might not even be true from anybody, including you. See what I'm saying?
Listen,
you look like an asshole because I'm asking you.
I'm okay
to
with
please,
looking like an asshole.
don't ask me my
Yes,
opinion because
to
I don't
you.
give a fuck. And if I'm gonna tell you my opinion, don't judge me because I don't give a fuck about my opinion in the first place.
You're the same guy who thinks he's the only person in the world whose opinion don't get to be judged. So why
No,
would
my
I
opinion
assume
doesn't fucking
anything
matter.
coming out of
I'm
your
the only
mouth
person in the
matters?
world that believes my opinion doesn't matter because you believe yours does.
You're telling me you should not judge my opinion, Joe. You're
I'm telling you,
special.
my opinion does not
Everybody
matter,
else
Joe.
in the world can judge, get their opinions judged, except you.
I don't want to give my opinion because my opinion doesn't matter, but I'm the only one in the world that knows that.
Because
you don't know
want it
that your
judged,
opinion doesn't
right?
matter.
Didn't you
It
just
doesn't
say because you
matter.
don't want it judged?
No, that's not it. My opinion doesn't matter, and I don't care to give it. That's why.
Do you know
Now,
why
if
you don't care to
ask me
give it?
for my opinion, because my opinion doesn't matter. That's why. And I just told you. My opinion
you-
doesn't matter. My
You don't care to
opinion
give your
does not
opinion
matter because my opinion does not matter, and that's
because
the
of
only
moments
answer.
like this. Because
No, I told you,
these
my
moments
opinion
when
doesn't
your
matter.
opinions are questioned, it draws extreme
My
anxiety
opinion,
in you.
my opinion doesn't matter, and that it matters so much to you, it confuses me. Like, why does my opinion matter so much?
It broke you. In 2 minutes, you're gonna be acting like you
why?
weren't talking over me and stuff.
Why does my opinion matter so much? Can you answer that?
Well, yes, I absolutely can. Only you think your opinion matters so much. This
I
is
said my
just
opinion does
normal-
not matter at all.
No.
Stop
you asked
twisting my
me.
shit.
Yeah, play some more shits over me so when I try and talk. Because you're saying silly shit.
No, my opinion doesn't matter, is what I'm saying.
Did you ask me or did you not ask me why?
I said, why does my opinion matter to you so much? Because
why are
mine
you
doesn't.
cutting me off right now? What happened? What changed? Didn't you ask me? I wonder why to me, to you, Joe. Why does my opinion matter so much? You said that, whether out of frustration or a real question, you just said that. And my response is that only you thinks that your opinion matters that much to me. This is just normal shit. When someone gives their opinion, I examine it. You are not special. This is just normal. What's out of the ordinary is how you... Yeah, keep doing that shit. I think it all proves my point. There are people like that, man, who want to say what the fuck they want to say, but just don't say nothing behind my shit. Just let it stand, like Jack Talcott. I don't know if you know that thing. We can get back to something else, man.
Sorry, Joe. I just don't know shit, bro. My opinion ain't shit. And I apologize. I'm not even trying to make you feel like I think any kind of way about myself. I'm just over here watching some videos, talking about it a little bit, just off of what I'm hearing, and leaving it up to whoever to analyze.
I think it's just should be among men. It's just a quest for the truth. It don't matter who's right or wrong. It's just a quest for the truth, and you chase it regardless of who's on point at one moment or another. You follow logic together. And I guess I'm just trying to chase that, that's just my DMA programming or something.
I feel you, bro. I'm not an obstacle, and I'm not a challenge or anything like that.
Well,
I'm not even an op. I'm just a normal dude that's just trying to figure some shit out so I can kiss my kids' foreheads and love my wife before I die. You feel me? That's it.
I wonder, because most people who say that, they do have bigger aspirations. I wonder if you have a message to get out and what that message is.
I don't know. We're going to have to find out. The channel is going to take a mind of its own.
I'm patient, yeah.
Because I'm not trying to push my ideas on anybody, but I have thought about a few things that I believe are important, at least to me. You know? But the things that are important to me might seem so stupid to other people. Like this war,
Yeah,
I don't find an importance in it. It didn't have to come to this, but everybody wants to be stubborn and who's got the biggest balls, and this is what happens on the block. So fuck it. It was bound to happen. This is how people act. There's a track record. Do what I say or else. Everybody's got that mentality. Even on these panels, they be like, "Oh, you're wrong or else you're stupid because you don't agree with me." I'm just like, "All right, bro." Whatever.
There's a lot of
You're
that
right.
up here. Yeah.
I don't know shit.
A lot.
I don't know shit.
I don't know, man. I'm okay with disagreeing with a motherfucker. I'm not gonna break. He shouldn't break. I'm okay with disagreeing with a motherfucker. It don't make sense to yell over niggas and call them names because we disagree. But I'm okay with disagreeing. You know, it has its place. It sharpens motherfuckers. If I'm gonna stand behind my beliefs, then I need them tested. Right? I need to go through every angle. Joe, that's not logical because, you know, I got buddies like Dennis and Nam who they're on me whenever my shit doesn't make sense. If it doesn't, the logic doesn't hold, they jump me, and I'm appreciative about that. I think I've molded myself, and other people have molded me in that direction, and I do the same shit when I see people. If it don't make sense logically to me, then I jump them. Explain your logic, why? And I think maybe that's too aggressive or something.
Well, you can ask me clarifying questions, but don't try to put me into a yes or no, because then I can't explain fully. Because it doesn't allow me to choose yes or no.
Well,
you're forcing a yes or no specifically about, and I don't like that shit because it's not fair to intellectual honesty.
I have a different purpose why I would do it, and I don't think intellectually.
Because people are trying to make.
I'll
points.
tell you my purpose.
Okay, go ahead.
And I don't think intellectual honesty has anything to do with it.
Sure.
You can examine a man. You can tell like how he's willing to think outside the box. Whether he's true and honest. How much he's willing to stretch. Does he have an imagination? All of those can be answered or examined by asking the motherfucker a yes or no question to something, depending on what it is. May not even have a yes or no. However he responds is super telling, right? If I don't know, whatever the fuck, and that is, can you relate? Here, I'll ask you one. Can you compare Jesus to Hitler?
No.
All right. Well, you gave me a yes or no on that one. Okay. I should have said I would. Okay. Here's the question. I forgot. I'm too high. I forgot that fast. Whatever the fuck we was talking about.
It takes a lot of energy to do that shit, bro. That's why I be just asking questions that are open. Like, you know what? What is real? Boom. Now you get to go all in your imagination. You get to fumble the ball, throw a long pass, whatever in the fuck. And I'll travel that road with you because I want to see how you think. You know, first of all. Second, I want to see how you articulate yourself. Because people, you give them that much rope, they're like, whoa, what do you mean you got to be more specific? That's because they're used to being trapped. They're used to being trapped in a box. And me, I'm not.
But that's totally one of the things I do. I ask a motherfucker, I give them a question with little information to see, are they the kind of person who's gonna try and give it a shot, or are they gonna say, I need more info, and if I say there is no more, will they answer it then, or they say no, I won't answer it with no more info? All of that shit tells me about a person. It's worth it to me. I ask a nigga yes or no with little shit because I learned so much. The same way you learn so much when you ask a nigga what is life, and they go on. You learn so much about them and their beliefs. I learned so much by asking, say yes or no, or this little slick shit I do in a room full of white motherfuckers. I might be like, yeah, man, think of like back when it was in slavery times, because I know some niggas gonna groan. Oh, what's that got to do with now? That's what I used to learn about niggas. It's a little thingy. You can, every people's actions and that type of shit show. So fuck what even the question is. Or what? Even if I have a point or not, I can learn so much.
I mean, I get it. It just sounds like a bunch of games. Sounds fun, but it just sounds like a bunch of. Oh yeah, let me ask this. Let me see how they act. I don't know, bro. It's just a lot. It sounds like a lot of work. And I can just ask you. I can ask you a question that's super open-ended, and you can do all the work and narrow it down and give me all these different blah blah blahs while I kick back and listen.
Your way sounds like the long way. My way
it's long for them. It's long for them. Because they have to go through all of it, and I get to kick back and smoke and laugh and stuff, and ask clarifying questions. So now they got to go longer and longer. Yeah, I get to hear everything. Yeah, I get to learn everything. They'll start telling me their social security number, their first and last name. They'll tell me everything. All I gotta do is shut the fuck up and listen. Ask one fucking question. It'll get the whole panel going, and I'm just kicking it for an hour.
All right, let me try this question. Would this fall under you just ask a question to get to know a guy? Are you racist? Can I ask that? Or
am I racist?
Question? Not you per se. Not you.
Let me think about this.
Can you ask a nigga in your realm of, I'd like to ask a nigga a question, kick back and let them talk. Can I ask them, are you racist? And kick back and let them talk.
Do I think I'm better?
I wasn't talking about you per se. I wasn't asking, are you better? I was asking, is that question fall under?
I never thought about it before. So I'm taking the opportunity.
So apparently, yes.
Am I racist?
Yes, you could ask a person that and kick back.
Am I racist? I mean, I don't really like black people a lot. Well, dark hood people. You know what I'm saying? Just hood people. Not even the color. Just ghetto. I don't really like ghetto, but I don't know if that's a race.
Right, but no,
that's like a culture.
That tells me something though, yeah.
I don't like ghetto. Ghetto makes me feel really tough. Like I gotta fight this motherfucker right now, don't I? Like I gotta fucking end this bitch. Like, he thinks I'm a joke, huh? All right, sweet. Pull out the blade and I'ma stab him right under his second rib, and I'ma twist to try to crack that bottom rib off, bitch. Like you know what I'm saying? That's how I be feeling.
Of people tell me, more so back in the day when hoodies weren't as popular. When I get profiled for wearing a hoodie, people would say, black and white would say, why don't you just don't wear a hoodie? People, it makes you look like a thug. Just don't wear hoodies. And so I see the philosophy of it.
I'm telling you, because every time I ride a motherfucker, I'm just like, I'm finna fuck him up if I have to. I promise I'm gonna hit him first.
You stupid.
I be pumped. I be pumped, bro. I give a fuck. You think you ghetto? What is that, a gold? Ooh, I'm about to knock that shit out. Like, you know what I'm saying? I have to be ready. Because that's the nigga that's probably gonna try to fuck my sister.
Oh, shit.
You feel me? Type shit. Bitch ass nigga.
Your sister gonna go for that nigga because he's a bad boy. So yeah, she gonna go for it. Yeah.
He need his ass beat. Yeah, you do.
Oh shit. I'm one of them dudes, so that's all I
That's why my sister never let me meet none of her dudes.
Yeah.
None of them. She would not let me. I was like, who the fuck is this? See, that's why I let you come around. See, man, what's your name, motherfucker? Man, why you trying to act all hard? Look, I ain't even trying to act hard, bro. I'm trying to find out why the fuck you laying in my sister's bed real quick. If I was in your sister's bed, matter of fact, what's her name?
Is racism real?
Right. Hell yeah, racism is real. Some people think that because of their color, they better than other colors. That shit's real.
I think you're right. All right.
Dark people do that shit a lot.
Are Americans better than Mexicans?
Mexicans are Americans.
All right. Are Americans?
Hell yeah. Gulf of America.
Are Americans better than, I don't know, you pick the country, Palestinians?
Palestinians aren't a country?
Oh, wait, even better yet. Americans is not a country, right? Americans is not a country either. Is Americans better than, is Americans better than Iranians?
It depends on if we're talking about financially, religiously, like infrastructural wise,
Well, I mentioned
personalities.
I mentioned in the racist sense. Remember, we were saying that some people believe that a different race. So I'm asking you, do you believe that Americans, not really a race, clearly,
Well, no,
are better
Americans are a
than,
race. We're definitely a race.
okay, well, however you want it, are better than,
You're
who would I
American,
say,
right?
than Iranians. Under this, I am certainly American. Are
All right,
Americans
sweet.
better than Iranians?
Like I said, when it comes to like all the money and infrastructure and stuff, probably, yeah. If we're
Yeah.
talking about color, well, they be the same color as us sometimes. If we're talking about culture, probably, because we do a little bit. We're a little cooler than them. we cool. We got some like we got flavor. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Now I can't help but read into it. I know I wasn't supposed to be reading to it, but I hear so much with that, and I look. They just you personally. I look for it in every fucking body. The first one, when you asked the culture, blah blah blah. The smart thing is to say what metric. You did that, but you started giving a metric. So I would be measuring you as intelligent. That's just the way my mind works. And what was it? Financially, that's the way all of our minds thinks. That is determination of who's doing well, and substructures or whatever you said, all of that fit in that group, blah blah blah, infrastructure and all of that type of shit. That is normally the number one metric and is worthy and valid. And then the part that interests me in the end, at some point, the culture, and you gave a fair answer, but all of that shit interests me, and that's the way your answer was. You think we got on beat on the culture a little bit, so that's fair.
Yeah,
That's fair.
we go pretty hard over here. Come on, man. Even our ghetto motherfuckers go pretty hard. Like, you know what I'm saying?
I think if this is like racist.
They
shit
not butt naked
wrong.
in the desert, you know?
Yeah, this is right. Like people have you believe.
Pay an apartment overlooking the city, counting some money at least.
I think Americans are cooler, probably than any other country. Certainly, shit like Britain and shit. It's like a country full of squares.
They got accents. I'll give them their accent. Their accent goes pretty hard.
But man, they ain't got a lot of fucking flavor and all that shit, bro. Swag. They lack swag. All of their heroes and shit. Hey, that's Harvey so and so. Blah blah. They all like squares. It's really weird.
No, not even squares. They're just lame, like in the worst kind of way, bro. It's like, and I'm not even trying to be mean. All right, it's like they know their culture sucks. That's why they want to come here. Because look, it's litty. It's litty as fuck, bro. Like, let's really look at it. Y'all don't got no Vegas. Y'all got Dubai, but that's not no Vegas.
And that is all bitten from our nightclub culture. Well, I shouldn't say all of Dubai, but that. I don't know, that high life bullshit. That's from our culture.
And then you gotta think about it. Their rules. They are religious based. If we have religious based society here, dude, trust me, this would be lame as fuck too.
They still have some nice parties, which is what I'm trying to say. You can't do some shit, but they have some parties that be lit with bad bitches and shit. They can get away with it over there.
Now you probably gotta be rich though.
Yeah, it's all in the
normie
locations.
You gotta have like 100,000 goats.
Yes,
like,
but the wealthy though, yeah, they do over there.
But I'm looking at the average dude. He get a paycheck, go to the strip club, turn up for a little bit.
Yeah, I don't even know if that's a thing over there, man. You go over there and some chick show you, she pull a little thing down, show you her whole face, motherfuckers be, whoa, did you see that, bro? Did you see that? Excited, like, look again. I took a picture, Joe. I took a picture. Ooh, that bitch horny as hell. She a slut. She showed her face.
Yep. They
Or
would took
ankle.
her
They store an ankle.
right? Really trying to take her outside. Hey, yeah.
You see that
Hey,
ankle?
bro,
I saw her ankle, bro. I saw her ankle.
You fucking up the business, man.
That's why when I just said that, I can't help but think about when Jesus used to kiss Mary when he saw her back then when you couldn't show anybody or touch anybody, you couldn't be seen without your brother. You know, women were like strictly off limits, and he could walk up and kiss her, and they weren't family. So, you know, it tells me that, you know, it looks like it points to, you know, that was his squad.
Well, either way, I mean,
Hold on
Jesus
a second.
was-
Yeah.
You got to remember, Jesus was a man. We'll play this a little bit.
President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu knew that there would be a cost here, and they believe it is more than worth it in order to free the Iranian people, the region, and the world from Iran's regime and its nearly half-century-long reign of terror. The results thus far are stunning. In just 24 hours, the U.S. and Israel achieved complete air superiority over the skies of Iran, meaning they can now focus on hunting down and...
All right, so these are the spots the U.S. are hitting. Looks like Tabriz, Urmia.
What are these? All
Karaj.
places that been hit?
Yeah, U.S. Kermanshah, Damavand, Alam, Koramabad. I think I said that right. And then Desbel. We got Carg Island, Kangan. You want to say the rest of that last one at the bottom?
I'm not even. I'll just put up my other phone so I can zoom in and look along.
It starts with an A at the bottom on the left.
All right.
And then you can go in the middle and on the right.
Holy fuck! All right. At the bottom on the left. Oh my god! Wait a
starts
minute.
with an A.
It's like 20 some places.
Asaluya.
Asuluye. Asuluye.
And then the middle one right there, and then the right side.
Kormabad, I guess, is the one that looks like the most fucked up one to read.
Bushehr. How do you say that?
Bushehr, probably my guess.
And
just
then all the right
Bushehr.
side. Yeah, I didn't do the right
oh
side.
my God, Shiraz, Isfahan. That says QOM. I don't know if you're supposed to pronounce it or just say the letters. Tehran got hit early on.
So calm. Oh, so they blew up all the middle. What is that at the bottom? Shiraz, Minab, and Chabahar.
My goodness.
Damn. Say gonna bomb the fuck out of them, huh?
Yeah. Trump talking about it's just getting started, right? Like more to come and all that bullshit.
Damn, he said stay in the house. That's crazy. This guy, he's ready. He's not playing.
Neutralizing Iran's missile launchers. Folks, Iran's leadership and military capabilities are being decimated with lightning speed. Secretary of War Pete Hegseth said today that Operation Epic Fury will be as swift and decisive as possible and will not be like previous American engagements in the Middle East. Watch.
To the media outlets and political left screaming endless wars. Stop. This is not Iraq. This is not endless. I was there for both. Our generation knows better, and so does this president. He called the last 20 years of nation-building wars dumb, and he's right. This is the opposite. This operation is a clear, devastating, decisive mission. Destroy the missile threat, destroy the Navy, no nukes.
So what?
Every war, they say, by the way, is going to be for 2 weeks. And shit, some of them last still been going on. 2 weeks to flatten the curve turned into, what, 4 years or something.
I don't know. Maybe
nonsense.
Maybe this is the U.S. actually dropping balls real quick, saying, you know what, look, we need to just show everybody we ain't playing with nobody. And Iran was like the low-hanging fruit. We already handled Venezuela. We got our money back. All right, we're making moves. And Iran They've been talking their shit.
Wait. Let me ask you.
Punching them in the mouth finally.
Or maybe that's a statement. Maybe it's
That's what it sounds like. Or at least that's what it sounds like.
I was gonna agree with you, but that's only if you're getting your shit from one source. You had me immediately wondering if you take anything these people say at face value and left, right. If you take any of
both
this
of them,
at face
what
value,
they're saying,
yeah.
I take what they're saying as their opinion. I pick out the things that sound right, and I go to the other side. I pick out the things that sound right. I take both of them, overlay, and that's where the truth is, the points.
Yeah, I do that immediately. Like if Fox or somebody is making one, I go to the opposition who hates him.
And he's not a Fox. So. He's his own guy. That's why I
no. He's
in the middle.
He's not in the middle. You think he's in the middle?
Well, no, I say I fuck with him in the middle because he's his own guy with his own opinions. He's not Fox. He's not anybody else. And then when I listen to Fox, I compare it. When I listen to CNN, I compare it. I know.
But this guy is. Where would you place him at?
I would place him. He loves Israel. I think he does, but he was against them with the Gaza thing. He didn't like that.
If he had to put him on what do you call it? One of the news stations.
That's what I'm saying. I think he's kind of mid, but I think he has a distaste for Israel because they've been funding everything for all these years. He really doesn't like that, so he's kind of biased on this one specifically.
I think this.
But he's in the middle. As far as Israel, he called Israel out when they were wrong, and then he also was standing with Ukraine on their side, at least not doing the thing with Russia. He's been pretty in the middle. You know what I mean? On certain things. He's not super biased, but with this Iran thing, he's been having his eye on Iran for a long time because they've been at the center of a lot of shit. So he's probably happy they're getting their asses whooped. My bad. So he's still human. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, I would put him at the super right. He could work for Fox. That's how far right I would put him. And to dispute a claim, I could not go to this dude. If Fox made a claim, I'm wasting my time going to this dude. And here, if you're paying attention, you watched it when they came out with ICE. I watch all the shit, but maybe you'll remember some of the shit they said when they came out with ICE. They say, and this was Trump, Bondi, JV, Hegseth, the FBI dude, all of them, and I'm missing the chick too. I can't think of her. Christy Knowles, her too, said that the agents going about their business and tank cars swarmed them, so they had to shoot somebody. They had a bunch of those stories. We had to gas people today because we were attacked by people with guns, and none of them turned out to be true. And we watched them, and now when they really came under scrutiny, you can watch them by the time it got to the last one, Preddy. You could see that they came out and they announced the story as, and they all of them, a paid subversive came out with a gun and an extra clip and attacked federal agents. They returned fire to stop him, saving many agents' lives. My point is that if this, I know these people how they'll lie, because thank God I saw the tape. I know how they'll lie, and even they've had to back it up now. But if they say this, then anyone who immediately agrees with what they say is probably not a good source to be going to. I know these people are crazy and will say anything. So for him going along with the fucking Fox White House News narrative, he's losing points every second that passes with me. I'm trying to express how I feel about this dude.
No, you're good. This is like I said, he's kind of in the middle on some things. I'll give him that. On this specifically, I know his track record. So
I think Tucker Carlson was more in the middle, and Tucker called it. I would put him right leaning as well, but he called.
Well, yeah, I think he's a little right leaning, but he's still moderate. Like I said, he called Israel out on the bullshit, so I can't really say he's fully right. If Israel's right, at least. But I feel like sometimes Israel is a little bit left. Does that make sense?
No, it does, and you could, yeah, it does. I gotta add to it.
because that's how I'm feeling. I don't think Israel's a right kind of thing. I don't think the right really gives a fuck, like, for real, about Israel too much.
The right.
I think the left might care more about what's going on in the Middle East.
Yeah, I think you haven't been paying attention.
Because when I'm associating the right, or at least the rights that I'm associating with, fucking, what was his name? I
was just thinking of all the politicians. The right, the politicians will tell you straight up, Israel is first. Israel is our greatest ally. Anybody who's come out against Israel has probably been separated from the right. Like people he loved, Kobler, the crazy bitch Bobert, another chick that he loved with the blonde hair. Whenever they came out against Israel, their careers ended, no matter how close they was close. Remember the blonde girl used to be at the White House with him all the time? She came out against Israel, lost her job. Bobert, the bitch that was backing with anything he ever said, she said against Israel, lost her job.
I don't know. I don't know how I feel about Israel. Not sure.
Comes next in this historic joint U.S.-Israeli operation, and how does it impact the United States and you? We're joined by the world's #1 expert on urban warfare to break it all down. Next.
Now, this guy, like I said, he's chill. He's just doing this thing, you know?
It suddenly got interesting.
Wait, what was that?
It suddenly got interesting. I want to hear from the urban guy.
This is his own channel. He grew this
from
the
bottom.
Was
the same guy. That's the guy.
Yeah, this is his own channel.
So, okay, yeah, he does good. Very professional. Well done.
That's why I fuck with him.
The U.S. and Israel are in the middle of an unprecedented joint operation to...
This guy looks so official, bro.
Is this the same one?
Yeah, this is the same one, the same guy. This is his one episode.
Yeah, he's an idiot, though. This is how you can tell that he's an idiot, because all the shit that come out his mouth. They did join in a joint episode to take out the evil so-and-so. You think Trump wrote it himself, right? There's no
I don't know.
in the middle there when you use all the phrases that they use.
I've been following this guy since he was his own little podcast, just from his little living room kind of thing. And now this guy's pretty big. I fuck with him. He came out the mud. He's opinionated, just like everybody else.
Neutralize Iran's regime, and John Spencer knows both of these militaries and the Iranian threat very well. He's executive director of the Urban Warfare Institute and is known as the world's foremost expert on urban warfare. John, always great to see you. Hey, the Iranian regime now, the Islamic Revolutionary Guards Corps in particular, are saying they are going to shut down the strategic Strait of Hormuz. But John, it seems like it'll be very difficult for them to do that since the Iranian Navy has pretty much been destroyed over the past 48 hours. For them. Can you break down that situation right now in the seas, in particular the Strait of Hormuz?
Sure. The CENTCOM, or the Department of War, sent a message out that all 11, meaning all of the Iranian Navy ships, are now sitting at the bottom of the Gulf of Oman. So I don't know what they would plan to do that with. They're still a threat. I mean, they still have shore-to-sea strike capabilities and other assets. If that's one of their goals, I tell people to set realistic goals. I don't think that's going to be a possibility for them.
That's going to be nuisance.
Continue to be one of the objectives of Operation Epic Fury, but they literally don't have any ships at this moment.
Yeah. John, you study warfare obviously for a living. What have been your impressions so far of Operation Epic Fury?
Hey, pause,
the U.S. and Israel, incredible operation, two of the world's most powerful.
What do you think? Brick? Is that the Brick? Because he nigga always got something good to add if it's Brick.
Yeah, what's up? Sorry, I was in the...
What's up, guy? What do you think, if you heard what he just said, about how they sunk their navy and blah blah blah, what do you expect them to do in retaliation?
Try to get their guys out of the water. I'm done. I'm playing. Go ahead, Clay. You got this.
I was asking you. He couldn't answer what you think. Wow. What do you think their retaliation?
They need to get their dudes out the water first, and then count casualties, because they're not done getting bombed on. I don't think they're going to be able to fight back right now. And if they are mounting up defenses, they're probably getting destroyed as we speak. They are outnumbered and outgunned.
So you don't think they'll do anything to retaliate? Is that what you're saying?
I think they're going to have to pick up the pieces. and then figure out after that. Once we figure out when they're gonna stop bombing, how many more bombs are they gonna drop? Anything bigger?
You think they're gonna wait till we stop dropping bombs before they retaliate?
I think they're gonna have to either set up a defense against this, or they're gonna have to pick up the pieces and count casualties.
What about months from now? What about weeks from now, days from now?
I think we're gonna stay on top of their asses until they come to the board. Once they come to the table,
the question is, will they retaliate, and if so, what will it look like? That's my question. I wonder what a retaliation would look like from them, rather than all the reasons why they won't, shouldn't, or they wouldn't be effective. Yeah.
Okay. If they could, by any reason, have the means to retaliate, they're going straight for Israel.
Ooh, that's wise.
That's the most desperate thing they can do. It's probably the most effective. They give it all they got before we can get boots on the ground, before we can get any reinforcements or anything like that. They might be able to wipe the capital, Jerusalem, off of the map. But they need to go now. Like,
they need to hurry up.
Go. Like, that's it, bro.
Funny, yeah.
But that's what I would do if I was in their spot. I'm going straight for Israel right now.
I'm pretty sure.
In the dead of night.
They already started attacking them. I saw footage before I came over here. They're already attacking Israel.
I'm talking about everything. Everything.
I don't know how much they got, but
all of it.
Hey,
send everybody.
Can you find that footage? Iran attacking Israel, and find a short or something. I don't give a fuck about someone's opinion, man. Make it a short.
I don't know. Let me see.
I mean, just type in YouTube. Iran attacking
I'm in
Israel.
YouTube. I'm looking right now. I'm pulling up this other one right now.
Yeah, these guys are
but this
fucking
one's
worthless,
alive.
man.
He didn't even say nothing.
Sure he did. I mean, how long does it take? I'm old. It only take 2 sentences to fucking see most shit about it. How long it take?
It's only been 6 minutes.
It don't take nowhere near that long, right? I mean, niggas
It's
say
only
a
been,
sentence.
and I'm talking about that's from the beginning. All the explosions, the questions, everything. It's only been 6 minutes.
I'm telling you, I've judged a dude on the right, and he ain't said 60 seconds, and I've judged him already.
Advanced militaries working side by side, and it seems thus far they're getting incredible results. How have you seen it?
Absolutely. I mean, historic, history changing, specifically to the study of war. The opening moments of what was achieved and the synchronization of Israeli intelligence, U.S. intelligence, Israeli planes flying as U.S. Tomahawk missiles and others are landing, all precisely to eliminate the entire hierarchy of the leadership again. Although Israel, during the 12-day war, eliminated over 30 senior leaders, the head of the military, they actually, to be able to hit the supreme leader, one of the few roadblocks to President Trump's and Israel's ability to bring peace to the Middle East, what we've seen over the last 2 years, but also the president's bold vision for the Middle East with the Gulf states that Iran is attacking all of them. But from a military perspective, it can't be overstated how difficult this was. It took us, I was a part of the Iraq invasion. It took us 9 months to get Saddam. It took us weeks to get his sons, the deck of cards. To be able to do this paralysis of the regime, which has been achieved, and the accuracy, precision, and overwhelming combat power.
He is right. This is impressive, just like the last.
And then it has Israel. What Israel is able to do, and in partnership with the United States, it brings a power that the world hasn't seen before. And that's what we're seeing on the ground. And hopefully it goes quickly, although we pray for the friends and families of those of the U.S. servicemen that have been killed, the Israeli civilians that have been killed based on the Iranians' counterattack. This is a swift, precise, constrained operation that is already ahead of schedule.
Yeah, John, what have you made of Iran's response thus far? More than you expected?
This is what I don't hear. Iran's counterattack. That's what I was looking for too. So maybe he's gonna touch on it.
Less than you expected. Obviously, as you just laid out, the U.S. and Israel dealt some pretty heavy knockout blows in the earliest stages of this campaign. But what do you make of Iran's response? And now we see over the past 24 hours, Hezbollah getting involved. Iran's chief proxy, of course, out of Lebanon.
Ooh, they is not playing. They is not playing. Anybody near that is toast.
Yeah. You
they
gotta be that near. That's when them shits that's, breaking
this
car
really
windows a
happening,
mile away.
Damn.
Yeah, this is really happening.
Does Iran have much left in the tank, so to speak, as the U.S. and Israel continue to pound those Iranian assets?
Don't raise dragons right off.
Huh?
My bad. I don't pay for YouTube. I don't pay for YouTube yet. I was thinking about getting it because I'm sick of these commercials. I ain't gonna lie.
I've been blessed. I had that shit for years. I ain't seen a commercial on YouTube in many years.
So I'm thinking about getting it. How much is it right now?
I think it's like no. Well, I get the family shit. I think it's like $15 a month. You got to put like 4 people on there or something.
Fuck. Damn it! I should have got it when it was cheaper. Got grandfathered in.
Slight information, but it would be. I was surprised at the lack of response. I'm also surprised at the reckless behavior of the plans, right? So Israel took out 30 senior leaders during the 12-day war. Already, as you said earlier, over 40 senior leaders, the Minister of Defense, the new commander of the IRGC who's been in the job for a couple months, and anybody else who raises their hand to be in charge. I thought that they would have a greater response, but I did not expect them to attack all neighboring countries, basically all the Gulf states, all the way to Cyprus, to Saudi Arabia, to Jordan, hundreds of ballistic missiles and drones at all of these partners and civilian locations. They're sending drones into luxury hotels, missiles onto airports that aren't military airports. That surprises me because we teach strategy and the ability to achieve your goals.
That's
I need to go back real quick.
That's crazy, yo.
You see that right
there?
there?
That map.
we seen this in the sky a whole bunch of times.
Oh,
I've seen this same thing. If that's missile, ooh, there's been a lot of these. I wonder what they've been shooting at.
that looks a lot like them Elon rockets too, though. They look exactly like that too.
That's what I'm saying. And Elon's rocket can go to freaking the moon, so we could hit anybody.
Yeah, we could have been striking these niggas for a week. Took out the internet.
You feel
been
me?
striking them niggas for a week now.
And you know what makes me mad? How there's no intercontinental ballistic missiles, but we could go to space and the moon, but we can't hit each other from around the
Why do you
corner?
think there are no intercontinental ballistic missiles? Right?
That's what China is saying. They don't have it yet. They don't got the range, but and like Russia doesn't have the range, and we don't have the range, right? Technically,
no,
that's what they're saying.
No, I think we got Russia covered 24 hours a day with intercontinental ballistic missiles. I think since
we do have Alaska. Yeah, we could blow their asses up. Yeah, they were in the zone.
I'm pretty sure they can blow all of us up too. Let me see. I'll check.
I don't know.
Russia.
I think Alaska. I think Alaska's our that was a smart move. Now I'm thinking about it. That's pretty smart. It's like right there. Jump across the water. Boom, boom. Gotcha. We probably got Navy up there that they not talking about. There's probably a whole war zone up there. Now that I'm thinking about it, huh? Here, let me pull this thing up real quick. Let me see. Oh, shit. All right, hold on. We need to see this. Y'all see this right here?
Hold on. What am I looking for? Yeah, I see a map. Yeah.
Yep.
This is the North Pole area, our Arctic region. Canada and all that, Russia, it's all right here. Alaska, that's us. Do you see the United States close to this?
It don't matter. Russia got saying cover the whole U.S. with intercontinental ballistic missiles.
You
Google
think
says.
Russia will be able to hit us?
I'm telling you what Google says in every movie I ever watched. If we launch within, I think it's 20 minutes or something, or 40, our end is certain because it wipe us all out. We wipe them all out. Just pushing buttons. It used to be we had to fly planes and we kept big ass bombs flying around so we could 24 hours a day. But now you can do it at the push of a button.
All right. And we don't have no way to shoot them out the sky.
Only some. And now they have warheads with multiple warheads on them. So, no, you're not going to get all of them.
Yeah, it's like nuclear winter. If it really goes, shit hits the fan.
Right.
All right, so instead of giving Israel an Iron Dome, we should have gave ourselves an Iron Dome.
Someone said that, and I think they're working on it.
Well, that's what he wanted Greenland for, which
that would help, right?
Yeah. I mean,
look at the positioning, bro. We'll intercept all of that instantly.
I'm not opposed to.
That's a floating base.
I was just opposed to the way it was being done at the time.
Exactly. You
At
can't
the
just
time,
take it
but
like with a
now
gun
it's
to
looking
the
a little
fucking
more
head.
appealing, ain't it?
Even still, if it was done properly, like an actual purchase, if they don't want to sell, they don't want to sell. It's not a, I can't go take my name.
What if we
Or
make
I'ma
them an offer
take
they
your
can't
shit
refuse?
or else. Yeah, that's what he said. He wouldn't do part of the or else part.
Right.
Because look, America's been doing this forever. Why stop now at this point? Because look,
Are you
everybody's already
justifying
against
it?
us.
I
I'm not
think you're
justifying
about
anything.
to justify taking
No,
Greenland.
I'm
at
not
force.
justifying anything.
You're like,
What I'm
look,
saying
hey,
is,
America do that shit all the time. It's okay. That's what I'm hearing.
no, I'm not saying it's okay. I'm just saying, well, shit, why not?
But
What the
too,
fuck?
and here's the other option, right? So let's say that we don't purchase it, we don't take it, and then Greenland gets attacked by someone, right? Whoever. And then
And now they're begging for our help.
Of course, right? Exactly.
I
So
think
then-
Denmark are the official owners, and they could not protect it. I don't think they got a boat, so I don't think they're gonna protect the Greenland.
Yeah, it's
and
not
we
quite
already got
crazy.
bases over there, so you'd be a fool to fuck with Greenland.
Yeah, but so that would be the enough excuse for us to
Get involved.
get that involved to where now it's like, okay, well, it's too risky to not have it, and that I might would justify if somebody attacked Greenland, right?
If
I
someone-
might would justify us taking
Yeah.
it.
Yes. I wouldn't have justify it through the gate. Because Greenland can say, yes, we need help and allow us to plant shit places, and we don't have to take it. So just with taking it, I don't think is necessary per se.
I think
Which
I
they
think-
already allow us to put bases.
And we've already got base. They already
Well,
agreed.
that's
They
not
would
the point.
agree to anything we wanted. Him trying to take it over was just dumb.
look, not take it over, but integrate.
Well, and too, he did clarify later that it wouldn't be by force that we would take it.
After he said it would be by force.
Exactly.
So I don't know how much that matters. That
Well, because here's the
gun.
thing. In the grand scheme of things, we don't need Greenland. What Greenland offers is a new place to test some new weapons.
Well,
there's nothing out there. There's nobody out there for miles. We could just blow shit up.
Yeah.
And just shoot and just practice and get ready for ice warfare and go over the North Pole and handle this.
I mean, the thing about
Handle what? Why we got to be aggressive on every fucking body? Why is that the norm?
Because we have to move towards one world order so the prophecy can be fulfilled. So I just want to get it over with.
I thought if I got to buy into that, I get a big Illuminati paycheck or something.
And you
I
do
just want to get it
understand-
over with.
No, well, here's the thing about the prophecy and the whole idea of the one world government. Like, here's the thing: if it is the case that is going to be the thing, which I believe it is, it's not your timeline. So if you try to interfere, you're actually interfering with his timeline, and you don't.
Well,
want to
maybe okay. Look, what if I'm supposed to? Because that's my purpose.
Well, you know what? Other people in history we can point to and say they are supposed to, but we call those antichrists. So you don't want to be called an antichrist.
Well, I mean, look, I'm not against Jesus. I love Jesus, but the world must burn.
I imagine what Jesus is sitting back. He's thinking, you know what? I hope my good people get up, kill a bunch of people, take over a few nations and shit, so I can come back. I've been waiting on
I'm so
that.
ready for this shit to be burnt.
Like, yo, I'm sure they repented. I'm over it.
Right.
Like, we're done with it. I think you're done with it. You're done with it, right? Come on. Who wants to be?
I mean, yeah, that's the conflict, right? So I'm a guy, I'm a man, right? And because I'm a man, I have the feeling of way I would do things. But then I'm looking at it going, well, why haven't you done anything yet, Lord? Why haven't you come back?
Because you didn't help. And if we go to Greenland and be like, all right, look, y'all should sell.
You saying help though? If we thought the Lord's coming back, we got to help. Me and Clay would think one thing. You would think join the military. You be the guy standing against Jesus, shooting missiles at him when he come back. That they talking about in Revelation.
No, I be the guy with a sword. That's like
even worse.
Jesus,
Fight Jesus,
and then they be shooting at us, and I be like,
don't you
running
think
out
if
there
he
with a
come
shield.
back,
Ding, 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 ding.
he gonna come after the government and the corrupt folks? That's just the government. And when they talking about people are gonna be so arrogant, they gonna try and fight back. It can't be us with our pistols. It's gonna be talking about the government.
Yeah,
At
he's
least
gonna
that's
take
what I
out the
always
government
thought.
for sure. The world's gonna really feel some wrath. Me, I'm gonna bow my head. I'm just gonna take my blow. If I gotta take it, I gotta take it. It is what it is.
But see, and the thing is, like, and you have to draw a line between supporting that government that's going to be, or whatever governments are going to be involved in that, versus like you pay taxes, because I know there's like that part, right? Where you have to pay taxes or you're going to jail.
Yeah, you try not to get beat up and all of that shit. At some point, it may get so bad, and as they talk about in Revelation, where they're gonna make you make that decision, where they're gonna cut off your food supply and all of that shit unless you get the mark. And you're gonna have to decide: do I go to jail or whatever horrible thing they got planned for me, or do I join?
Yeah, and I mean,
I gotta go to jail and get the horrible thing, because I feel like I'm gonna be one of the ones that has to die for it, because there's gonna be a sense of like,
I've already made
no matter what works, no matter how much I believe.
Let's say that we are.
I'm gonna have to die for it.
Like, let's say we're really close to it, right? It's gonna come,
Within your lifetime. Yeah.
I believe the devil.
Hold on, let me hear a little finish.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say I've already made my choice that like I can do the time, right? And if they really doing the time ain't the problem. Not a problem at all.
He said, I'm going to jail. I'm going to jail too. If they're killing people, I'm gonna be dead. That's what it is.
I got a shitter in the room. Everything, like, for real.
Yeah, it's not someplace we haven't been.
And I've done enough time to not even really be worried about it. But
hey, let's play some spades, y'all. I'm with it. I'll bet cigarettes. I done it. I ain't playing.
Right?
Chess,
man.
Chess.
Oh, chess. Oh, all right.
I had restarted playing checkers again too. I hadn't played checkers.
I ain't playing checkers. I'm done with that dumb shit.
I learned from some real masters in there, man. And
I play some chess though.
The only real fear would become, of course, actual harm, like physical, like actual torture or death. Right.
However, that would be less so, because in this case, they're locking you up with like-minded motherfuckers, right? Who didn't want to take it. So odds are that you're not gonna join with the
it'd be a safe
Mexican so and so versus the white national. Probably not gonna.
They're gonna be like, "You love Jesus?
You love Jesus?"
A whole mob gonna walk up to you. You love Jesus?
No,
like, yeah.
Because it says,
all right, hey, welcome to the fam, bro. It's gonna be lit.
It says that those people are going to suffer, right? So there's gonna be.
It said they're gonna taste hell and shit like that. Horrible shit. I was just looking it up recently to make sure I was right.
I mean, and we don't know exactly what it's gonna be.
Well, the people who get the mark will taste hell. Those are the people I was saying. They will suffer.
I'm not getting it. Even if I gotta be broke, I'm glad I got some shit on standby.
Well, look at like, okay, the first century Christians, right? Those individuals suffered some pretty horrific things, like some real torture.
Yeah, but you got to remember, they chose Jesus.
Right. Stephen was like one of the first ones.
I don't remember the
name.
names.
Stoned to death.
I don't remember the name. Stephen,
he was
at all.
Really? Yeah, he's in the book.
I thought that was Timothy.
No, that was Stephen. I remember
Stephen
that because the first time I read it, I actually fucking cried. It was a fucking shit, bro.
He got stoned for what?
Yeah,
for just loving God.
Well, he would not refute or whatever it was, and they pulled stones out and stoned him to death.
They told him to deny him.
He was the first one in the book of Acts that got stoned to death.
Okay.
Yeah. But when that happened, right, all those different horrible things, right? So that was supposed to be a precursor to what's going to happen later. So if those are like the horrible, they got fed to the lions, the early Christians, So
the
thing-
disciples, they met horrible,
Right.
hung upside down, skinned alive fates.
yeah, John got beheaded,
Horrible shit. Yeah.
right?
And
So-
you know the crazy thing about John, how humble he was, the Baptist. When Jesus came up and he said, the Lamb of God, and then he was like, baptize me. He was like, no, you should baptize me. You see how that humility, that right there melted my heart. Like, I know what goodness is when I see it. I fuck with you, Clay. I know you got goodness in your heart, Joe. I know you got goodness in your heart. I fuck with you.
Also, he know when he said, when they asked, you got to be the Christ, you're that cold. And he said, man, I tell you, I am not worthy to tie the shoelace of the guy you talking about. That's some humble shit. And they already think he's the man. He could have rolled with it. Yeah. And my buddy coming too. No, he was like, man, someone much greater is coming.
Just wait till my cousin get here.
Well, let me
That's
ask
what
you
he
something,
said.
because of an experience that happened tonight, along with about a couple of weeks ago. Let's say that that you hear somebody call me a racist slur like a whitey.
Hold on, wait a second. I gotta do this for the record real quick.
I ain't gonna bullshit you, Clay. That's
What the hell?
All right. So now we're in imagination land where people are unicorns. Go ahead.
Yeah, and I know it's not
Hey,
extremely
Whitey.
terrible. I know it's not extremely terrible, but context matters, right?
Okay, go ahead.
If you're doing it with the intent to
okay.
rise
I'll
out
read
of it,
all that into it. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, white boy is better than whitey. Just sounds like something out the 60s. How about white boy? Would that suffice? Hey, white boy. I can see a
I don't know.
motherfucker saying that
I
to a
think,
fan.
I think the
it would
most
be the
offensive
context.
thing you could say to a white person is probably like pale skin or something like that.
All right. Let's assume he said something offensive.
you
Go
know,
ahead.
Yeah, I mean, it's all
Cracker,
about context.
I
You
don't like
know
it.
exactly what you're doing.
Cracker.
Thing to offend, right? If I
Right.
called you darky, you know,
Right.
some
Black. You're blacker than
Right.
black.
Right. Along that line. Yeah.
yeah, right.
So I hear a black person call you
So
name.
let's say that happens, right? Now, I say to you, well, you know, so me, I say to you and the crowd that's watching, you know, I appreciate what our colored and African American brothers have done for us in this country. When you call me whitey, that makes you a racist piece of shit.
That's really square. That don't sound cool at all.
Right.
It sounds actually, it just makes shit worse. You open it with, I appreciate what my African American brothers and sisters. Well, the way you said it sounded square. The way I see it sounded a lot cooler.
Okay. Yeah. But regardless, right? Context matters. So if you know that I'm saying colored or African,
And this is why I say it like this.
Indigenous,
I always say,
black.
my American constituents of all colors. Just say that. It'll count.
Don't say that shit. You'll sound gay there.
But
It doesn't
now,
matter.
Now the crowd's
It
watching,
works.
right? So now because the crowd is watching, then people, especially those in power, like real power, actual politicians, are seeing and hearing this. Right now, the politician says, "Oh my God, you can't say that."
Right.
Oh, what? Oh no, you can't say that, and then chase you out of the council meeting because you say, I appreciate what our colored and African American brothers
It gets
did
worse.
for us. But what does the NAACP mean?
You should just, girl. Okay, that's bad advice.
You see what I'm saying? Right? So for someone who's trying to understand the culture and then what the culture gives to me, and I say colored, and they say, oh, you can't call us colored, but I also referenced African American or whatever.
You could just say my fellow Americans.
But here's the problem.
Of
I
all
was just called
colors.
whitey.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm saying I appreciate what you've done for us, but when you call me whitey and continually do that, and there ain't no like balance there, because if I start calling you racial slurs, then now I'm gonna be looked at. And then what? Colored, really?
I'm not sure there is a balance, because I get called hard R and coons and shit on panels every day, and no white motherfucker feels that they need to step up and say something for me.
No, there's an imbalance, Joe. You know there's an imbalance.
Well, I'm saying you get the same way you feel like you can't speak up. Shit, I don't know, motherfucker.
Have I ever called you Whitey?
No, not you. No.
Oh, okay.
Not yet.
This is
Not yet. He has.
Joe knows what I'm talking about because I mentioned the council. But but I just wanted to bring it up specifically because it's like you guys are up here and you know me well enough at this point, Joe, and like for me to be told at the council. Now, here's the thing. So last meeting, which was a couple weeks ago,
somebody told you wasn't black enough.
I ain't got my black card yet.
Late on my dues.
Well, she called me Whitey, right? And now this isn't the first incident, right, where she's done this, right? And she's supposed to be a doctor of some sort in psychology, which makes it even worse. But she comes to every council meeting.
Okay, is she a blackie?
She calls herself indigenous. And here's the thing: I don't know whether
is she darker than me?
No.
Okay, all right.
So I'm in New Mexico. That might answer some questions there. But the whole idea behind all these different people groups is like I don't know what one wants to be called over the other, blah blah blah, and the idea behind civil rights and the civil rights movement of the 60s and 70s was that people were being treated unfairly. And so there were special groups and classes made, and then civil rights organizations backed those. And one of those happens to be NAACP, one of the biggest organizations in the country. So naturally, my understanding is like, okay, black, African-American, colored. I mean, I don't know what people want to be called from one day to the next.
Just call them Americans.
And I would until
just do it
until I'm called Whitey.
Okay, even when they call you that, just be like, all right, my fellow American, I'll see you later. And then they'll just be like, ugh, that hurts. But every time he calls me that, and then they'll start calling you.
Hold on, because I
deal
with civil rights. I deal with civil rights, right? So you're right in like a normal setting of just normal guys out here, us on panel, that sort of thing. All right, I would rather be called American, right? But when you're dealing with civil rights, the city council, and the city council is actually somebody with power. Like the power dynamic that people bring up, like I have no power over black man, whereas the city council does have power over black man and said Whitey. And so here's the thing. So if counselor stops the whole meeting to tell everybody that I'm not allowed to say my public comment, that I don't want to be called Whitey, and I appreciate what colored and African American folks have done for us in this country. If you stop the whole meeting for that, then what you're doing is you're actually creating a power dynamic that I don't have.
They stop the meeting for to correct your usage, your word usage? Is that what you're saying?
The comment I gave last meeting was the comment that I told you, which is, I appreciate blah, blah, blah. I don't want to be called Whitey. Well, this meeting, before the public comment came, and this isn't an agenda item, the council president stops the meeting, because essentially this is not an agenda item, to say, we all have free speech. We want to make sure that everybody feels like they're in a safe place. And then she handed it over to a different counselor who wanted to essentially tell the whole room that the comment that was made last week that contained the word colored is not It's not allowed. It's not appropriate.
Now I get it.
Yeah, so here it is.
All right.
What she's trying to do is she's trying to quell my free speech, essentially. Right?
Hey, that's me in your basement, man. Kick this guy off up there.
The other one. Yeah.
Hold on, which one?
Yeah, you see what I'm saying, right? So I was trying to handle something where this person essentially was being racist towards me.
Right.
In city council, and is somebody who goes to city council regularly. So instead of specifically calling her out, I made it broad. So instead of them just, letting it go, it's a public comment. That same person, this doctor who's racist, clearly, and wants to be called indigenous instead of colored or black or whatever. I don't know. She says,
Call
"Who
me
called
indigenous."
you whitey?" And she says in the comment while I'm giving it, "Wait a minute, who called you whitey?" And I pointed at her. I say, "You did." Right? And then I left, right? So because we don't stay after we finally give our
Excuse me, Mr. Indigenous?
Yeah. but she's called me whitey quite a few times, and every time she goes up to the podium to speak, she's like, "It's for the indigenous people." And I'm like, okay, not a problem. I can deal with this. It's one of those things where you got a racist person on the council.
That's how I'd be sitting up there feeling, man, if I hear that shit.
But then all of a sudden, one day, a couple of weeks ago, she decided to actually call me whitey, but she didn't just call me whitey. She called myself and Let's whitey, and another person who was basically visitor with us, all three of us, whitey. The other guy is not white. He's not even white. So she is absolutely clearly racist. So, and I made it a broad statement at the council. It's like, I don't want to be called whitey, and it was Black History Month, so I was like, hey, I want to piggyback off of that and say, hey, let's cure this racism.
Yeah.
But this meeting, they decided to make a spectacle of my last week's
because you
public
said
comment.
Only because of the colored part. I agree that it was.
And make sure you type in the chat, Clay, so I could put you as a mod.
Yeah. People gonna jump on it when you say that, but people say that shit all the time, and people let it slide all the time. That's crazy to stop a meeting and say. And by the way, he said colored. Stop it.
But you are colored, Joe.
Colored. You expect old people like Chuck. I don't know if you know Chuck. I expect niggas Chuck age to say colored.
We're brothers. We're happy and we're singing and we're colored.
It really did not go well for them because what I did, because as she's saying this, we don't, you can't call people colored, and this is not good for our democracy and all that. So as she's saying that, I said, how do you feel about being called whitey? So the council president, she slams her gavel. She's like, that's your warning, right?
Mm-hmm.
I said, well, I tell you what, I don't feel safe here anymore because literally it's New Mexico, right? There's a lot of
missing peoples.
Yeah.
Missing persons cases. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a desert out there, man. It's
wild,
man. It's like old Arizona.
So I got up and I started wrapping my shit up. Saying, I don't feel safe here no more. In fact, I'm
old Arizona
because you created a problem here
before Phoenix.
So what they're doing, right, is they're trying to quell my free speech during public comment. See, I'm allowed.
What free speech? You don't got free speech. Who told you that?
They was trying to do worse. They was trying to get you on the got you and shame you and shit like that. They was trying to do worse. They don't like you.
Yeah, they really don't. And what it's really about is it's because of the other activism that myself and Let's do. We've actually uncovered a lot of problems. They've trespassed us from many places. So instead of acting in propriety for this particular incident and maybe coming to me outside of the meeting and saying, hey, we don't like that, and you know, we'd appreciate it if you didn't do that. No, they made a public spectacle of me.
Someone called us colored, as if your intent was like that's a put down. If someone say colored, it's a mistake. You know, it's just old thinking type shit. No one thinks that, you know, that you're colored intentionally. At least I don't. Yeah.
Right.
No one does that as a assault word, colored.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it would be more like black
baby,
black.
so and so, cold. I get called every day.
Black and black.
I'm from the South, right? I'm from the South. I done heard it all.
And these all names I hear on the internet recently. Shit, man. Tar baby.
Black and
black. I wanted to be racist. I'm from the South, right? I done heard it all. I can be racist. I ain't racist.
Well, but here's the thing: if you could be racist, then would you? Ooh.
If I could, no, I can't. That's the point. Is I can be, but I'm not. Right? So, like,
I'm saying, if you could, would you?
Well, obviously not, because I can. I can. No, exactly. I can be. Even still, right now, I can be. Do I want to be? That's the question. And the answer is no. Because I'm not a racist person. I'm not like this, and I'm not saying it's a bad thing. Okay,
so you don't believe your race with quotations is better than anybody else's?
No, because I don't believe in race.
Okay. Yep. I'll take
I'm
that.
a man. I'm just a man.
Except for Mexicans, though, right? Except for Mexicans.
Like, nah, I don't know what you're talking about, Joe. That ain't cool, man.
But really wild. So check this out, and I'm glad you guys are entertaining me. So just before this, never seen this young man before in my life.
That's what she said.
Dreaded young black man comes and sits down beside me. I'm all the way on the other side of the room where nobody sits. Only like mostly just the employees.
Did he ask you for some drugs, or did he try to sell you some?
And he's just sitting there by me, right? He just sat down just before they went into this spiel. Then afterward, because I left, I'm like, fuck y'all, and I'm giving them my fucking 1 minute that essentially they won't even give us our 2 minutes anymore. They're supposed to be 2 minutes. They've cut it down to 1 minute every single meeting, so it wouldn't be surprising if they did a 1 minute this time. But I'm giving them my 1 minute on the way fucking out. I'm like, fuck y'all motherfuckers. I'm going to sue your ass for quelling my free speech. You put me in fear, blah, 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 blah. Well, I go out there. Leaves as well. He goes out to the lobby area, and the cops are out there, and the security's out there, because I'm out there motherfucking the motherfuckers out in the lobby, right? I'm telling, that's a piece of shit. Looking at the pictures on the wall, right? That's a piece of shit. That's a piece of shit. These counselors, right? And I got this video too now. And then the cops are sitting there, and they're telling me, well, you're going to have to leave. I'm like, are you sure you want to do that? You haven't even signed your oath. And I'm already suing the city and the cops for trespassing me in the police station and the mayor's office. You really want to be sued too? So it didn't take long before they figured out they didn't want to trespass me. So I'm still out there motherfucking, right? The cops go back in, and that same young black man comes out of the chambers and starts talking to me. He's like, you know, so are you like racist? I'm like, no, I'm not racist, man. And so I went into this long spiel about everything, right? And how I actually hold the cops accountable. And those motherfuckers are pieces of shit. And he's like, well, goddamn, I wish I'd have known all this shit. Because I think that he was probably part of that. Like, and he came over to sit down next to me. Never seen this young man in my life. All of a sudden, he comes and sits down. He was sitting in a different place, mind you. And then he gets up, leaves the chambers, and then all of a sudden shows back up into the chambers right before they go into this spiel. I'm not stupid, right? Like, I see what the fuck's going on. They're trying to quell my free speech, but it's really got nothing to do with the racism thing, I don't think. Because it wasn't just him, but the civil rights leader for the city She's like part of the city's civil rights office. She doesn't do anything for people's civil rights, because if you were going to do something for people's civil rights wouldn't be being violated so much in the city of Albuquerque. So what I think she was there for, because we've had conversations with her, is basically just to sit there and sit there in solidarity, quote unquote, with her friend who apparently this racism thing happened where somebody was called colored. But that same person who's supposed to be for civil rights in the city can't talk to myself and Let's about the civil rights violations that are happening to us because we're currently in civil litigation with the city. So they're all full of shit. They don't care about our rights. They don't care about civil rights. They don't care about freedom of speech. They don't care about nothing other than keeping their money. And that's what it's really about. And I think that that's why she was there. And I think that that's why that young man came and sat beside me. And they had also little black children sitting there in the audience next to them too. So they could make it look like if this white boy comes up here and makes some big stink about us old colored folk up here, well, blah, 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 and all this shit. Bro, I'm telling you, like, I can read the room. You know what I'm saying? I'm not stupid.
I don't doubt it, man. I expect, these political motherfuckers to do everything they can to slow down and dirty. You know that.
Yep. Now, here's the thing. Is like I told her on the way out, I said, I'm going to sue you for trying to quell my free speech. And I'm going to. Because that right there, that was so dirty. And that's why I got up. Like, so the council president, when she said something, when she started it up, she made it broad, right? But then she handed it over to the other counselor, and then she specifically talked about my comment, which means that she was targeting me and my free speech in my.
You're getting famous, bro. You're getting too famous for this shit.
Yeah, it's true.
You gotta either make a move for office and become like the sheriff or something and start training now, so you can be a badass sheriff. Or
well, I'm waiting on someone else to present their.
See, you heard that? Well, go ahead and say that part one more time. The first part.
I said I'm waiting on someone else.
Yeah. Say it again.
I'm waiting on someone else. I am.
Damn, bro. Really? Really, bro. You waiting on somebody else, bro? See, look. No, but you already are the go-to. So why not just run for sheriff, bro? You should. You're already the man.
I'm the man on the man.
Exactly. So why not be the man now? And then all you're gonna do is be that foot up for legit. And now there's a legit foot in there. And then you can use your videos, make your campaign. Go ahead and start working on that stuff. Use AI to go ahead and make you out some videos. And hey, AI, let's see what this is gonna look like, because I want to be sheriff. What's gonna go viral and make me sheriff? And let AI do most of the work, the heavy lifting.
Boy, those counselors hate me, bro.
I know. That's why if the people love you, then fuck them.
Yeah, the people love me.
Yeah, and then you're running for sheriff, and just look at that stupid face with your thumbs up, that stupid smile, the one that they hate, that one. Yeah, that one, motherfucker. But look, hey, remember, the emperor was like, hey, go ahead and be the sheriff. There's a new sheriff in town. And that's it. That's it. You're the guy.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to hijack your Black Panther part.
No, you're good, bro. You're good. I'm not even with that. What I'm with the American First Party, because I believe as Americans of all shades, all shades, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
We can attack any country and kill anybody we want once we achieve that. That's how you think, bro.
Look, I'll tell you like this. If you get in the way and it's dark outside and you come up missing, it was your fault. It was your fault because you got in the way. It's your fault.
I figured you guys would enjoy that conversation about that. But yeah, it's really.
Well, I'm glad you got that shit off your chest. Do you feel better?
I do.
Yeah, you're a mod over here too.
I appreciate that, man. Yeah, I do.
It's all good, man. I do this after work. I start at 6:30 Mountain Time. So if you're East Coast or you're like maybe an hour ahead of me,
Yeah, yeah, and actually, I've seen you go live a few times. I just got my computer back too, so I had to put a new hard drive in it. And, it's faster than ever again, so that's good. You know, it's like a 2017, 2018 purchase back when computers were.
Hey, Chatter King, shout out.
So yeah, I mean that shit is so wild because like they're already getting sued. And they just make it worse. And
look, document this. Get, like I said, get your campaign together. Because look, if I have to go to Albuquerque and register to vote, dude, I'm in AZ. It's like right there. All I gotta do is just take the I and boop, I'm here.
It's like 3 state primaries tomorrow. Texas and a couple more, South Carolina and another state primaries tomorrow.
So this is what I need you to do. Next year, I need you to be sheriff. So you can get these whippersnappers in shape. So you got a year to train. You got a year to study up. You got a year to build your campaign.
Well, they
and
don't
then
want
hit me up, dude. And we'll be
really
here. We'll practice. We'll brainstorm. Because, I mean, like, if you don't want to go to the top, then why fight it?
Well, here's the thing about the sheriff thing. So the city of Albuquerque is actually pretty big. So the next step.
Oh, you scared?
No, the next, the better step would be the mayor or the chief of police. And they,
I think if you, well, what? I don't know. I think anybody can run for sheriff. That might be easy enough.
And the chief of police is immoral.
And that's just your first step. Because if they take you seriously as a sheriff.
Yeah, I agree. Because the police, like a city police officer, they enforce what? Ordinances, right? They don't enforce, well, they can. They can arrest
the sheriff is above
statutes.
them, though.
They can arrest you for statutes, but where do you go when you get arrested? The county jail, which means that they shouldn't have power to arrest you.
So all I'm saying is, if you go sheriff, you know that's the easiest door to kick open, and you already know you've been dealing with the police department, and then the guys that are going there, they'll be like, you know what? We already know this guy. We seen his face a bunch of times. Fuck it. You know what I mean?
That is true.
If you start winning them over, bro, start shaking them up. Hey, remember that one time?
I've already made some big stinks in the city of Albuquerque. You know what? And it's actually funny because other than like the court, I've done a couple of audits on the courthouse for the county. I've done nothing with the sheriff's office or the county. Like I've gone after the city tons of times. I got arrested in Santa Fe, which is the state. That's the capital. We got arrested by the state police, me and Let's, and they fucked up on that one too. And then also on the Air Force Base, so that's the Fed. So I've got the city, the state, and the Fed. I just got to hit the county. They don't want to see me, bro. They don't want to see that. I mean,
like I said, man, if you kick open that door right there, you can change a lot. You can fix some things. And then not only that, people will start taking that state serious.
What can he fix if he becomes sheriff?
Well, first of all, the first thing he could do is he could issue classes, a weekend class for like 2 hours for a couple weeks about the laws and safety and how to deal with community. I think that'd be a good move. Just something simple like that. And then just have them do that every like 90 days. Have them renew it.
First and Fourth Amendment and Fifth Amendment training.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. But do you
I think that'd be wonderful. I think you can do some things, just simple little stuff. Like make sure they're up to code. And then anytime they do a report, make sure they mention each right that they held accountable or whatever. Put a little box right there where they have to for each right there, and then how they
know the rights. Make sure
you know what I mean. How they actually help that citizen instead of convict that citizen. How they honored the rights, and then they read them the Mirandas, and then if there was any responses, and make it shorter, but make it more around that. How they respected the rights. Have them fill that out.
Ooh, I
take it.
Now the reports are shorter, and now they could go quicker because it's just like, damn, I gotta answer these rights. And now they're going to take each stop seriously.
How many victimless crimes did you?
No, nothing so sinister, but something so like the First Amendment right. You know what I mean? Was their right to free speech honored? And if you had any issues with how they were speaking, what did they say, and how do you feel like they broke that First Amendment right towards you? Like, go there, like make them describe how they were hurt. But if you stick it to the rights, you know what I mean, then it's only like 26 questions.
I don't. I understand kind of,
because now when you go through the amendments, right? I'm just saying it's 26 questions. When you go through the amendments, like, were they doing anything with the foreign, blah blah blah? Was the state being honored, da, da, da? Was anything with, like, you know, any, you know what I mean? Because when they're doing the Constitution, because it's a Constitution, it's only like 26.
I pull a motherfucker over, or you know, a guy got a cracked tail light, or get a call that someone was intoxicated. I gotta ask him 26 constitutional questions or something.
That's it. The reports are longer than that sometimes. I'm just saying it's 26 questions. That's it. Did you honor all their rights? And then the ones that are exempt to be exempt. That one's exempt. That one's exempt. That one's exempt. Go ahead.
Here's the biggest problem with that. It takes a certain type to be a pig, and I'm not. I'm just not that type. I'm press because I'm not anti-police. I'm anti-bad police. I want good cops.
That's what makes you the best dictator of who's a good cop.
No. It takes someone like me to hold them accountable. And if I step out of the line of duty that I'm in, because this is actually civic duty at this point, if I step out of my journalistic position, then nobody else is going to hold people accountable when they screw up. Other than, okay, so I'm the top dog, but what if something happens, right? And the citizens aren't being taught. Like, it's the citizen. Actually, to be honest with you, like the cops don't know our rights. Yes, this is true. 100%, this is so true. But the citizens also don't know their own rights. And that is why, like, Joe's asked this question to somebody just the other day about, would you give up your ID if a cop asked you for your ID? Would you do that, the Emperor?
Honestly, I never had a problem telling them what my name was. And then if they needed my ID, because there was a lot of, like, if we're with a bunch of people and there's certain things going on, maybe there's ICE around, then yeah, I'm gonna show them that I'm an American citizen so I can get the fuck out of here, because that's fair. I don't want to cause any more trouble, and I could hear these dudes don't speak the language, and I can see it's getting slapped up, so I'll be like, yo, I'm out of here, right? Because if I just happen to be, you know, but yeah, sure. Because in most cases, I mean, especially I live by this border over here, you know what I'm saying? So I know, like, if they ask me for my ID, it's probably for a decent reason.
So you're an American citizen, right?
I have a passport. I'll give him my passport. It doesn't have nothing on it except my name, and I live here in America. That's it.
So if you're an American citizen, what the fuck business is it of a police officer to know your fucking business?
I mean, look, see, here's the thing. There's a certain thing called safety, and there's a certain thing called awareness. Now, me, I'm aware of my safety, and I know I'm safer letting him see my ID and seeing that it's a badass passport, and he's just like, hell yeah, blah, blah. He'll bro out with me for 5 seconds, and I'm out of here. Because I'm that kind of guy.
I would actually argue that it is actually creating a more dangerous situation for you in the long run to and continually and others to give your information up. I'll give you an example tonight.
That's why I tell them my name. Then they usually hear my name and they're just like, all right. And then they tell me whatever they want to say and then I leave. That's it.
Yeah, I know. It's.
I usually don't have to give them my ID, but if I do, then you know, I'm usually probably out at a bar or something, like whatever. Dude.
Yeah, try and get his point they trying to give you. Like,
well, I'm just thinking this way: if I gotta give the guy at the bar my ID to get in, it's cool if I give the cop my ID. The reason why is because the cop has a little bit more authority. When I look at authority, I don't want to fight with my authority. I don't want to argue or anything. And at the same time, if it's one of those situations where I know I'm good, I don't really care. If it's one of those situations where it's like,
let me ask you,
I know this could be bad, I probably will ask him a few questions before I hand him anything.
You mentioned that he has authority. Who gave him that authority?
I gave him that authority. So I remind him that, hey,
Yeah,
I need to ask you a
gotta
few
let
questions.
him go. He's trying
Go
to
ahead,
get somewhere, and you doing all the talking.
I'm gonna listen. Go ahead.
So if you gave him that authority, you have every right, in theory, to take that authority back. And you do so when you exercise your rights. Okay. You have a Fourth Amendment right to be secure in your persons, papers, and effect. Your person is your literal body, your papers, your IDs and stuff, and then your effects would be like your camera or something that you're carrying, your phone around, whatever. So if the cop starts asking you for your papers, control papers 9, or your effects, right? What's to stop him from asking you for your person? I just want to pat you down. I just want to touch your balls to make sure you ain't got nothing underneath there, right? Then it becomes a little bit weird. But
oh no, he's still okay with it. You ain't said nothing weird to him yet, man. If he tell me to step out the car, he want to pat me down. If he really need me to take my pants off because it's cold outside and I can have on long johns, I could be hiding a gun. Then yes, I'll take my pants off outside. He's still with you so far. He still thinks everything's logical.
If that's what you think,
look,
because
maybe
I
you're not
know I have a right not to be searched. I gave you my name, my information. Nothing came up. I'm out of here. I'm free to go. Is mostly what I'm gonna ask him.
Well,
because I have questions. Because I told you I'd ask him questions.
No,
and those questions kind of make it where your points are like, yeah, I'm aware.
Technically, he has the authority to pat you down. He does have the authority to knife hand your balls. He does. This is actually a common policy and practice in most departments.
All right, I'm going to push back. It is not okay. Technically, no, he does not have the right to do any of that shit. He's got to believe that you have a weapon on you, and some has to make him believe that shit. Otherwise, you can't just walk down the street, which is the picture you may be painting here, and just say, hey, you, come over here. I just want to pat you down because it's dark outside. No, he can't do that shit. The Terry deal.
No, that's not happening.
Yeah, it's the Terry stop, right? The stop and frisk. He wants to make sure that for his safety, officer safety, to make sure that you don't have a weapon that you could hurt him because he's scared.
You should have crossed the street. That's the first thing I'm gonna do.
Here's the even more thing, right? So this is just compliance, right?
I look for a corner.
Well, you're complying because you recognize the intelligence of picking and choosing your battles. This is what I call it. It's like, I know that for my safety, because I know this officer could just pull out a firearm and,
I know most cops don't want to fuck with me. Most cops don't want to bother me. Most cops, look, there's going to be maybe one time in my life where I get that asshole cop. And I've had an asshole cop one time, and he let me go.
You're a little bit in denial because they're all assholes.
Now, there was one time when I was a kid, and I knew I was wrong, and I got caught with some shit, and that's just what happened. Boom. Okay, that was my fault. Whatever.
Remember, we're in unicorn land, right? We're looking for unicorns, these good cops, right? Unicorns exist.
No, I'm just saying, like, I got caught a couple times with some bullshit, and that was on me.
Okay,
all right. And then the times I didn't get caught, and the times I got let go, it was just because there was an honor system.
Yep. Yeah. Well, so
and that's that. And most cops I've interacted with are pretty honorable. And when I got caught, it was my fault. That's it, bro. Come on, I'm taking accountability.
Nice. Listen. They were.
No,
nice.
I didn't say they were. I didn't say they were nice. I said they were doing their job.
You said
for real this
already,
time.
Yeah.
I've seen some guys that were probably not doing their job, or probably doing more than their job. Fine.
I want to move.
But that wasn't on me though.
But I want to.
I fucked up the times I fucked up.
Yeah, but I want to move it a little bit. Okay, so they've got the Terry stop. They've got the ability to ID you. They've got the ability to the person, papers, and effects, right? They want you to put your phone down. That's your effects, right? So person, papers, and effect. They've already got that down pat, right? Now, because they want you to comply, they're going to ask you, well, I have a few more questions for you. Do you mind coming down to the station with me?
Damn, Kuwait done stopped 178 missiles and 384 drones so far. These niggas doing numbers over there. Bahrain, Egypt, Iran, Iraq, Israel, West Bank, Jordan, Kuwait, Lebanon, Oman, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Syria, United Arab Emirates, and Yemen. All have security.
Didn't we read all those things?
All of them are being told to leave
airports that aren't military airports. That surprises me because we teach strategy and the ability to achieve your goals. If their goal was to further isolate themselves and have the entire world agree that they are a threat by their actions, of course we know that they're a threat to the world, but to everybody around them, that's what they have achieved. So I've been surprised at that. And they're still, of course, dangerous in their ability, the ballistic missile, despite what Israel did to them during the 12-day war. And that's where we're at now with hunting these remaining supplies of the ballistic missiles, why that's so important. And their goal, of course, in this program, and hope nobody ever tells you differently, was to continue to increase the range and payload of these to be able to reach Europe and a goal to hit the United States, let alone their goal to wipe Israel off the face of the map. This isn't, I actually haven't heard it yet, an evil regime. I truly believe in good and evil, and the setting the conditions for this regime to go away and for a new peace to come should be the goal.
Yeah, John, last question. You mentioned how Iran has lashed out against neighboring Arab and Muslim countries. Do you see these nations? We're talking the Saudis, the UAE, even Qatar. Do you see them maybe kind of get...
You know what I just saw right now? I just saw stars falling from the sky. Can you imagine if that's what it meant in the Bible when the stars fall from the sky and it was just a bunch of freaking...
Find that. Stars falling from the sky, because you could be on something. I can find that. I got 2 phones.
Yeah, my bad, because I'm hella high. I ain't gonna lie.
Me too. I'm like all laid back and shit.
I gotta talk to Grok. I gotta chop it up with Grok if I'm gonna do all that. I'm gonna let Grok look it up.
Revelation stars falling.
Look at the scripture, Grok pull up, and then double check it because Grok will tell me where it's at, and I'm gonna be like, all right.
Revelation 6:13.
All right, 6:13. Right, let me pull out this Greek.
Revelation 6:13.
6:13. All right, that's John. Revelations 3:11. Go back.
Oh my God! I went to the site where they're gonna make it difficult.
And the elders answered, and one of the elders answered, saying to me, "These, the ones having been clothed in the white robes, who are they, and where did they come?" And I said to him, "Sir, you know." And he said to me, "These are those coming out of the great tribulation, and they wash their robes and whiten them in the blood of the Lamb. Because of this, they are before the throne of God and serve him day and night." No, that's not where it's at. I'm not seeing it.
It's 6:12. I'm reading it right now. When he opened the 6th seal, I looked at 6:12. Yeah.
All right.
I looked, and behold, there was a great earthquake, and the sun became blackened as sackcloth. I'm thinking, if what you're right, the earthquake or the missile striking, the sun became black from all the smoke in the air. The full moon became like blood. If there's smoke in the air at night, it'll still.
And the blood moon is tomorrow. Yep, we're supposed to be watching it.
I got a text about that. And the stars of the sky fell to the earth, as big as fig tree sheds its winter. Fell to the earth as big as the fig tree sheds its winter fruit. So it was that many falling when shaken by a gale.
So do you think this is the time?
It sounds like you could be onto something, man. It looked like stars falling from the sky. These are bombs falling, like the leaves falling off a fig tree.
And the earth is shaking?
Yes, by the bombs, right. And the sky is dark because of the smoke.
Yeah, and then the moon is about to be red. Tomorrow. Damn!
Here's the next one.
That's crazy. I've been watching, bro. I'm weird like that. My bad.
The kings of the earth and the great ones and the generals, the rich and powerful, and everyone, slave and free, hid themselves in caves and among the rocks of the mountains.
He told them to hide in their houses, go inside, get out of those areas that are about to explode. And if you go more towards some of those mountainous areas, there's no bombs there.
I wonder
and it's a lot cooler up there too.
I wonder, is that metaphorical too, hid in the mountains? Because these other shit's metaphorical about the shit falling from the sky. So hiding in the mountains could be totally metaphysical.
Okay, well, let's check out the terrain. Is it mountainous out there?
Again,
Might have
I
to
think
pull out the Google Maps on them.
again, I'm wondering if they're talking about literal mountains or not, because when they talked about the SARS and the fig tree, none of that was literal. Why then would they suddenly be talking literal with mountains? It could be they hid themselves, meaning they just left the cities
Donald Trump said,
or the
"We will fight
government.
as long as necessary
Well,
and
what
achieve the
if,
goals of this war." The Air Force has already carried out
What if those
1,000
mountains-
sorties in Iran's skies.
Wait, what?
What if those mountains are ideals and beliefs? Kind of like how God
Hid
is
in the
supposed to be
mountains.
right? So they hide in the rocks, in the dens, and in the rocks and of the mount, in the rocks of the mountains. So as
It
in the
could be
mountain-
their beliefs, right? Everyone, rich and slave, hid in their beliefs in caves. They
right.
hid them in themselves.
Yeah, they were basically knowing that what they were doing was incredibly wrong, but they hid themselves in their beliefs, imagining.
Oh, well,
that
check that out. Now you make sense, because the very next one sentence, you say they knew they did a great wrong. It's crazy. The next one says, calling to the mountains and the rocks, saying, fall on us, hide us from the face of him who is seated on the throne, and from the wrath of the Lamb. That says that they were hiding because they knew they did something wrong. So you're on to something.
Yep. Yep. And it would make sense too, because you know, I don't know if you realize this. It's something of my viewpoint of the scriptures is that there is one true God. This is the idea behind the Bible, and so in the scriptures. And throughout the world, there's been these idolizations of these different gods and belief systems. So if it's drawing attention to something of a high authority or high power, something grandiose, mountains, right? Typically, it's referencing, if you're looking at it from an illustrative point, gods or higher authorities and things like that.
Like Moses meeting up on a mountain to do this, or the ship landing, Noah's ship landing on the mountain, and closer to God.
Yeah, and that's the way I'm reading it, personally. Yep.
Run to the mountains.
You know, and
hiding
that's
in caves.
Yeah, and so like even God is referred to as, you know, the rock, right? And so the rock being run to the mountain. I will run to the mountain.
That is so dope, bro.
The
All
rock.
right, I was holding this out. Look, this is why my curiosity. I've been having, well, it's been a while now, but I was having reoccurring dreams where whatever dream I was having would be interrupted. I would be brought back here to the house I'm at now, my mom's house. And I would, and they were progressive. The first one I was snatched back here and I just felt something bad was going to happen. And then next, the clouds, the sky darkened. And I had the urge, though, I had to help somebody. I don't know what was coming, but the sky was getting black, and I ran up here and I had to get my family. And as they progressed, something was telling me to go to the mountains. And in the final dream, the last one, I found a mountains and went to a mountain, and it had an opening. That was the final dream.
Was there like explosions or fire coming from the sky?
There was nothing. I don't know what the threat was. I have no idea what the threat was.
All right.
But
because
literally the clouds,
in my part of the dream.
Hold on, I wasn't finished with
go
mine.
ahead.
Go ahead. You can go. But yeah, I was almost done. But it was so serious. I told 2 or 3 people, because I like, this is so weird. If something happened, I want somebody to know that I've been having these recurrent dreams. And they see this, run to the mountains, blah, blah, blah. Clay talking about what it means is interesting.
Yep.
And because in my part of the dream, when the sky got dark, the moon had turned red, but it had been a weird day. Everything got dark, and like just everything just caught on fire out of nowhere, and there was just rain from the sky. And because I was playing my PS5, bro, and my PS5 caught on fire. Well, what the fuck?
This is okay.
Yo,
this is
it was tripping,
dream.
right?
This is still, but this is
because and then I went outside, but all of a sudden the walls of the place where I was playing the PlayStation was gone. and I was outside, and I was just all these people running and screaming, and then like they were looking for help, and I was just like, "Come on, follow me." I don't know, I just became a leader out of nowhere, and then we got to this little place, right? It was like where the PlayStation was and stuff like that, or whatever. And then like the fire just kept coming from the sky and everything was exploding and everybody was like scared and stuff. And I was just like, dang, I don't know if we can just stay right here because if this place blows up, and then I was just like, nah, we gotta fight or something. And it was just like, yeah. Everybody was just geared up. I don't know where we got shit from, but we were just going. Then all of a sudden I woke up. Yo, it was crazy, bro. I don't know, but it's finna go down. It's finna go down. And ever since I went, I got my gun, I got my swords and stuff. I was supposed to pick up my armor, but you know what I mean? Times got a little hard. So I was like, all right, let me go ahead and focus on something else for a little while.
I think they say young men will dream dreams, old men will have visions.
Yeah, man, it's crazy.
There will be wars and the rumors of wars.
Yeah, that's Matthew chapter 14.
And that's why I keep saying I'm ready. Got my treadmill now. Bro, I've been walking. I picked up the weights and holding them up to my chest, doing like miles and stuff. I'm doing this, bro.
Well, you know, and the thing is like some of this does make sense, you know, but then, you know, if you look at it, right? So that would be the sixth seal.
Yeah.
The sixth seal. So usually, like, if you track back, that's how you can actually tell whether things are true or not. So if you're looking at the sixth seals going, okay, well, is that what's happening now? Would the fifth seal be just prior?
Hold on, let me run this real quick.
It should be.
I gotta run my little ads real quick.
Back it up before.
All right, go ahead, guys. I had to enter us into a next phase of like, if people get offended and none of this copyright stuff, and I gotta make sure we cover our tracks. Go ahead.
Okay, so the first seals were the horses that came out. Like here, when he opened the second seal, I heard the first one was the horse with the bow, and he came to conquer. The second seal was another horse. It was bright red. Its rider was permitted to take away peace from the earth. So war. And he was given a great sword. The third seal, I looked and behold a black horse, and its rider had scales in his hands, weighing justice. And I heard what seemed to be a voice in the midst of the creature saying, a quart of wheat and denarius, I guess wheat money, 3 quarts of barley and 4 denarius, and do not harm the oil and wine. So I don't know what all that means, but
that means the prices of liquor and olive oil and the different, they're not going to change. Look, liquor is still about the same price.
That's no. We're talking metaphorically. What could these things
I'm talking
mean?
about literally as well. But if you look at food prices are up through the roof.
Good to know.
From my understanding too, with prophecy, right? Prophecy is typically multifaceted.
I think he's weighing people. I think this person is weighing people. A quart of wheat, 3 quarts of barley. I think he's wearing what this guy has come to weigh your deeds and your heart. When he opened the 4th seal, I heard the 4th voice say, "Come." And a pale horse came out. And the name of its rider was Death. So you've had war and all this other shit, now death. And Hades followed behind him. Jeez. They were given authority over a quarter of the earth to kill with the sword, famine, pestilence, and wild beasts of the earth.
So we're going back to 6 billion people.
Well, that wouldn't take us to 6 million. You said it must have been billion. It would
6
take
billion,
us,
yeah, 6 billion.
It wouldn't. It wouldn't.
We're at
be,
like 8 or 9 right now. So
yeah,
a quarter would probably be 6.
I think it's a little over 8. I think I could be wrong. When he opened the 5th seal, I saw under the altar of souls of those who had been slain for the word of God and for the witness they had borne. As though somebody was saying that he wouldn't deny God. They cried out with a loud voice, "O sovereign Lord, holy and true, how long before you will judge and avenge our blood on those who dwell on the earth?" So the people who were persecuted were saying, "Go get them, good Lord." Then they were each given a white robe and told to rest a little longer until the number of their fellow servants and brothers should be complete, meaning there were more who had to join them, who were going to be, slayed in the name of God, who had been killed as they themselves had been.
That's why I said I'm gonna have to be one of the ones that dies for it.
But yeah, that's what he's talking about.
Yeah.
When he opened in the 6th seal, I looked and behold, there was a great earthquake that could be war again. And the sun became black as sackcloth. Some call fire, or it could be a fucking natural disaster like Yellowstone blowing up or something. Same thing will happen. And the moon became like blood. And the stars fell from the sky as fig trees. Oh, that's the one we read. So that was 5 leading up to 6.
Mm-hmm.
How about history? Could you see this as a history's timeline?
I was telling you that. Look, we'll get into that. Hold on, let's finish this war stuff real quick.
Thousands of munitions have been dropped so far in Iran, and in the IDF to clarify, the war will continue more than a few days. Trump said that he does not rule out the possibility of sending ground forces to Iran. A senior Iranian sent a threat this morning from the bunker in Iran. Our operation is in full swing. We are on our way to Israel. He probably does not know what the Americans are preparing for them. Submarines, aircrafts, and missiles. Today, we will bring you everything that is known about the American operation in Iran. And in the past hours, Iran attacked in Qatar and caused a halt in liquefied gas productions. Prices are soaring. And in Qatar, they do not forgive Iran, announcing that they will pay the price. Apparently, the Iranians messed with the wrong powers. All states are uniting against
I told you going straight for Israel now, didn't I say it? Now, now's the time. Go!
Senior figures in Israel's security establishment promised in the next 2 days, surprising things will happen in Tehran.
This is a religious sport, bro.
How long will the war with Iran last? And what are the forecasts in Israel? All the details right here. I'm Yair Pinto, and this is your boots on the ground, bringing you the whole truth about what's happening in Israel, and also the war against Iran and the whole Middle East. I am here to bring
you the U.S. is going to stay in it?
About what's happening in the Middle East. So let me tell you what we will talk about.
They kicked it off with
all
Israel.
the targets
They're
the
in it. They just got it
all the barrages
today or yesterday. So yesterday.
In the past hours, American strikes in the area of the nuclear facility took place in Isfahan.
See, they're still striking them. They're in
it. Will arrive. Trump added a statement about Iran and said, "Someone told me today that I would want to finish this quickly, that I would get bored. I won't," according to Trump. He also set 4 goals for the war: destroying Iran's missile capabilities, destroying its navy, preventing it from.
So is it he's going to get over with it quick, or he won't get bored?
The Israeli Air Force has struck about 1,500 targets in Iran since the start of the operation, from the top of the regime and also the command centers to ballistic missile arrays, air defensive systems, and fighter aircraft.
500 targets that they want to hit.
500 bombs on Iran.
Trump is ADD.
Has destroyed about 600 air infrastructure of the Iranian regime since the surprise attack on Saturday morning. American B-1 bombers struck deep inside Iran, and strong explosion sounds were heard in the area of the nuclear facility
month
in the Air
or
Force
so,
Base
he gets
in
on a
central
hiatus
Isfahan.
where he needs to go kill
Today,
something.
we will bring you all the information on how the division of labor
This
between
is
Israel and the
crazy.
United States is being conducted regarding
This
Iran.
is
We will
crazy.
also
The
bring you
U.S. do
which
all
tools the
this
United States
shit,
military is using in this
and
war.
then a motherfucker
On the other
hop
hand,
on TV
Tehran
and
launched
be
over
like,
100 barrages
I
at
can't
Israel,
believe they
and in
struck us
unprecedented
back.
way, also
They're
more than
evil.
1,300 missiles and UAVs at the Gulf states. The Iranians attacked various facilities of Qatar Energy, and production activity was stopped. As a result, liquefied gas prices
See, this
in
is
Europe
okay.
jumped by about
Okay.
50%.
So
And at
what
the same
this
time,
is,
the closure
this
of
is
the Strait of
beautiful.
Hormuz led to
This is a
dramatic
beautiful
rise in
move
oil
because
prices
now it
and
forces
disruption in the supply
Israel
chain. It
to
looks like
take
one
some of
nightmare
their own
coming true.
hits. They've been
The
causing
American
all this
coalition
bullshit.
is away and is preparing for it.
It's time to
Decisive
take some
moment
licks,
is here.
bitch.
Qatar, Saudi
You're
Arabia,
right.
Yemen,
Yes,
Jordan,
finally
Kuwait,
get
and the United
touched.
Arab
You're
Emirates
Trump got
right.
published a
sick of
severe
it. He said, "You
condemnation
know what,
statement
Israel?
against
Fuck
Israel
Yes,
on
you."
a
Tuesday.
great idea. Yeah, let's
Chose to
bomb
attack them
Iran,
and bring them into the
motherfucker.
cycle of
Yeah,
fire in this war.
yeah.
It
And
sounds
they are
No,
good to
promising a
me.
united
seriously.
response.
Now Israel got to
Prime
take a
Minister of
couple to the
Lebanon
chin
announced a
because
political
look,
decision regarding Hezbollah. Against the background
Oh,
of
we
the
gonna
renewal
send
of
the
fire from
shield
the
over
southern
there. It's
Lebanon
gonna
area
be
toward
3
Israel,
days late.
Lebanese president
Make
Joseph
sure
Aoun wants to
take
drag
a
his
beat,
country
bro.
into a regional
you
war
gotta take
and
your
attacks
licks,
those responsible
bruh.
for the
And then
loss
it's gonna
of
make you
all the people
come.
of
Now
Hamas.
Israel got
And
to
one last
think
thing
twice
today,
about
our
some
senior
shit.
correspondent in the
Right.
Middle Eastern Affairs, Mati Shoshani, will bring you.
This was a good idea. Oh man, I'm gonna let this keep playing. Y'all can keep talking. I'm
I
gonna
think
grab
I'm
something
finna.
real quick.
Oh shit! I think I'm finna. I'll wait for you to get back. I was about to leave you, cats, man.
An exclusive interview with a good friend of ours here in Israel, an Iranian citizen who fled to Israel because of the Revolutionary Guards, who will give us a look at what is awakening now amongst the Iranian citizens and how people that live under the repression of a murderous and oppressive Islamic regime.
Oh
So,
crap!
hold on tight and let's dive into the details. I'm Yair Pinto, and this is your boots on the
It's
ground.
my
bringing you the
nature
whole
to
truth
flip
about what's
shit,
happening
so
in
I
Israel.
picture
And this is day 3 of Operation
them
War of the
saying the
Lion.
shit about the
Final attack
U.S.
of the United
How
States and
murderous
Israel
and fucking
against the head of the
up
axis
we
of evil
are.
in the Middle East, the Revolutionary Guards in Iran. And 1 second before we begin, I want to call on you to keep spreading the truth, share this content with as many people as possible, and help us spread the truth of what's happening so that you'll know how to pray for the peace of Jerusalem. It's very important that you press that subscribe button and you stay tuned to what's happening in Israel and never miss another episode of Boots on the Ground. And if you are curious to see daily life under this wall, make sure to look for me, Yair Pinto, and Mati Shoshani on social media. Every day we upload clips and updates so people will know what's happening here in Israel behind the scenes. So let's continue.
World of. All right. You said you're out, Joe, or you want to hang for a little bit?
No, I would cut out of you back. All right, guys. Take it easy.
All right. Keep your head on a swivel, G.
Later, Joe.
This is wild, man.
In the past hours in central Iran, in the area of the nuclear facility and the Air Force Base in Isfahan. At the same time, United States Central Command announced that B-1 bombers struck deep inside Iran in order to damage ballistic missile capabilities. The question now is simple. Why is this happening exactly now? And what else is about to arrive in the next wave before Iran manages to recover and return fire at a higher pace? This is the 3rd day of Operation Roar of the Lion, and the pattern is already clear. Israel and the United States are applying continuous air pressure around the clock, 3 to 5 large sorties a day. Each such sortie can include dozens of hundreds of aircrafts. Dozens or hundreds of aircrafts. That's a lot. Some missions are truly joint. Others are carried out in coordination. And there is also an unofficial division of labor between the two sides. In Israel, they assess that we are operating mainly in Western Iran, and the United States is operating more towards the east and the south of the country. To understand the 3rd day, you have to go back for a moment to the first 2 days. In the first 48 hours, the focus was decapitation, striking the head of the nervous system of the regime, striking the security leadership, internal security and external security, and the factors involved in activity against Israelis around the world. The first strikes focused on the regime's centers of gravity. Tehran became the main arena, not only because of the symbol, but also because of the headquarters, the command and the control, and the decision-making centers. In Israel, they speak about an exceptional scope of strikes. The Israeli Air Force has struck since the start of the operation about 1,500 targets in Iran, from the top of the regime and the command centers to ballistic missile arrays, air defensive systems, and fighter aircrafts. Within 60 hours, more than 2,500 munitions were dropped. And in the military, they note that about 600 air infrastructures of the Iranian regime were destroyed since the surprise attack on Saturday morning. Within these numbers, there is a breakdown. More than 20 targets of the Iranian security leadership, more than 150 ballistic missiles, 150 ballistic missiles, and more than 200 Iranian air defensive systems. It is not only how many, it is also how. The strikes are divided into families of mission. One family is striking the regime's headquarters, the internal security headquarters, the police stations, the Revolutionary Guards headquarters, intelligence headquarters, Revolutionary Guards Air Force headquarters, and striking air defensive arrays in order to open the skies for freedom of action and repetition. The second family is maintaining air superiority, not only locally above a target, but superiority that allows entering again and again, deeper and across wider ranges.
He said he was gonna
now getting
bomb.
more weight is the missiles and the launchers. Here the goal.
People thinking he playing.
Hunting in real time, locating the launchers before they are firing, striking operatives who are arming a launcher moments before a launch. Sorry, guys, that's what happens. And in the military, they say explicitly.
Homie was just sneezing him. That's too funny. Oh man, but what do you think so far?
So I'm a brat, right? So what that means is I come from a family of military, and like these people have been warring since before my parents were in the military. And these people have been warring before their parents were in the military, and their parents were in the military. That region right there, so it's about the oil. I'm going to say the loud part out loud. All of this, there's some religious fanaticism that happened. Okay, I agree with that. But the region is primarily controlled by oil. And whoever controls the oil controls the world. And that's the reality of things. So, especially since the invention of the combustible engine, it's become a very important factor in daily lives of everybody. It's something that sells. It's the highest priced commodity. It's worth more than gold. It's called black gold, actually. And so this whole thing, they can sit here and say, well, it's because somebody attacked my brother some time ago and I wasn't even around, and they weren't really my brother because it was my cousin, but it wasn't really my cousin because it was somebody I didn't even know that was just like a religious person in my cult. I don't believe any of it. It's all about money. This is really what it's about. It's about the money. Like, because why would you attack, 30 different countries?
They sure did bomb the shit out of a bunch of different people, didn't they? Yeah, at least for Iran did.
Yeah, and so, and in today's world, right, things are not like they used to be, where, your religious belief system was the primary motivating factor for why you did things. It's not like that anymore. Today's world operates on the dollar, whatever the dollar is, whether it's your currency, my currency, whoever's currency. And the United States has been backing certain people in certain areas to essentially drill for oil. They're basically they really are corporate heads. That's all they are.
Well, yeah, we've been on that for a while.
Yeah. And so this particular region, it's about the oil. That specific region, more than any place on the planet. And it's not because they have more oil there than other places. It's because it's the cross through for the entire three main massive continents. You've got Europe, Asia, and Africa right there. And so you can deliver. And this is actually why that land, Israel or Palestine, however you want to call it, I don't give a shit. That particular land,
it's Israel or Palestine.
I don't give a shit what you want to call it. That particular land, it's the western side of the Mediterranean Sea. And so because of that, it's like a big ass sea that reaches in from the Atlantic Ocean. And the quickest way to deliver items is by sea. It really is or most efficient, not the quickest, but the most efficient way is by sea, because you can move large, massive ships with shit across water. and it takes time to get it across the land, and it takes a lot of money to get it through the air. And so the water's the best choice. It's the most direct access to that region is.
And Gaza's right there at the port, isn't it?
That's what it's all about. It's really all about the oil, because that's where, like, for that region, the bigger deposits are in that area. And then on top of that, no offense to the people who are there, they're kind of dumb, a lot of them. I
have a question.
Yeah.
What if the Israel we know today is just an American proxy?
Well, that's what I believe. That's exactly what I believe. It's not. There's no. Like I said, there are the religious people there, the ones that really truly believe in it, but they also operate based in the whole currency format, which is. I mean, don't get me wrong. I get it. Yeah. Okay. You want the best bang for your buck. And so somebody comes in and says, well, this land that you purchased or was won some time ago, 50, 60, 70, 100 years ago, I wasn't alive, but my grandfather was alive, my great-grandfather was alive, yada, yada. So now we want it back. And you're looking at them like, no. Like, this is my land.
Are the Palestinians the true Israelites? Ooh.
I would say I don't really care. As much as I would like to know the lineage and what got passed down to who, it to pretend that land is about anything other than a port of entry is just foolish, and I'm not buying the whole religious aspect of it when it's really about the port of entry. It is the port of entry to the Eastern world, to the Western world, the Mediterranean. It is the eastern side of the Mediterranean. It is the port of entry. Like you mentioned earlier about me, it is the. Yeah. And so, like, I've studied the map. I know what it is. And at this point in time, it'd take a lot to convince me. Like, the hand of God would actually need to come down and grow a third set of eyes and say to me out of his hand, "This is my people." And I would believe it. But I just don't see it being the real Israel.
Well, it does say the ones that claim they are Jews and are not. It does say that.
Yeah, and so, like, that place that, like, I'm a Christian. That's, like, I know that I say I try not to claim Christian because there's a negative connotation.
I define Christian, and it is of Jesus. And if you're not of Jesus, then you're not a true Christian. If Jesus isn't the first thing you're speaking of when you're thinking about Lord and Savior, then you're not truly Christian. And there's those ones that say they are and are not.
Yeah. What's
profess
the most important
with their mouth, but their heart is far from me. Yeah.
Yeah. It's actually twofold. One is believing in the saving power of the Messiah, but then also following the footsteps of the Messiah and doing what he told us to do. So, and the two greatest commandments, love your God with your whole heart, mind, soul, body, yada, yada. And then love your neighbor as yourself. Right. And so there's certain things,
more, but
yeah. Well, there's certain things that you would not do to yourself. And so those are the ways that you
there's certain things you shouldn't do to yourself, but there's a lot of weird people out there. You see what I'm saying? So we can't really say that, but we can say that
but you wouldn't
people indulge in the flesh more often than not. We can say that, right?
Yeah,
Boom.
absolutely.
That solves all of whatever nuance we want to throw in there. Make it spicy.
There is a warning to overindulgence for sure. But I also don't believe that all indulgence is a horrible thing too, right? So like I know that folks like to smoke weed. I would prefer that you didn't smoke it and that you used it medicinally, perhaps like in a gummy or whatever.
Well, I mean, edibles, I believe they're more dangerous in my opinion because people like food and that can be very dangerous.
I used to smoke. I don't anymore.
Yeah, I'm gonna quit.
At
least that's what I keep telling myself.
Well, I went on my spiritual journey.
I've stopped a bunch of times.
I'm still there. I'm still on my spiritual journey. I just don't need that portion.
Well, I mean, it's not a need. It's just like, look, I'm literally avoiding the rest of the world.
I believe it's.
And the only time I get out is to go to the dispensary or to the store to get food.
No, I believe
and that's kind of sad, but
it's like a walking stick. It's like a walking stick. So certain areas you might need a walking stick if you're walking down a trail, right? And so for me, I look at weed and I say, yeah, that's like a walking stick for your spiritual journey, But I don't need the walking stick anymore. Just don't need it.
I mean, I'm not even saying it's a walking stick. I'm just saying like this is like my fun outlet activity. And then I come on here, it has me relaxed and ready to just kind of chill. And then I can deliver the message while I'm like trying to have fun because I have like fun videos that I had lined up too. You know what I mean? So like if we get serious, we can get serious. But there's never going to be any disrespect over here. You don't have to worry about anybody being into you. And you notice Joe is real chill right now, right?
Yeah.
Usually he's turned up. I had to let him know. I'm like, come on, bro. I'm not that guy. I'm not the rest of them. It's different over here. You get to actually be you and just hang out. We don't have to like get crazy. And like you can tell me your conspiracy stuff. I don't give a fuck. I'm right here, bro.
Oh, I got some.
I know.
As the conversation goes, I might bring my shit up too.
Yeah. So every day, what you're in Mountain Time or are you Central?
Yes, Mountain Time.
All right, cool. So 6:30. I do mine.
Yeah,
and we can go to however long. I usually end probably like 11 minutes, like at 11. So that would be like a cool, like, 4 hours and 30 minutes, a nice, cool show. We can get facts in. We can pull up random I always got some stories because I be looking through YouTube and then I'll just, before I watch the whole thing, because I like to kind of react with you guys. You know what I'm saying? It's the first time watching it. But I saw this and I wanted to pull this up. Boop, boop, boop.
Yeah,
so I was saving it.
Course, so when you say 11, or what's your time?
It's 10:49.
Okay, so you're fixing it. Okay.
Only because like I work at 9, so I try to take that last hour before bed. Either I smoke or I'll just play my video game for an hour, crash out, whatever. Fuck it.
Right.
I put in work for today. It's work. Came to work.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because the message. Who's gonna put it out there, right?
That's exactly right, man. That's exactly right. Well, and specifically, what you want to talk about and shit. So yeah, absolutely.
Exactly.
And Iran.
Shit.
Iran is the topic right now. People are going to be talking about it for quite some time. It's like the Epstein files and shit like that. When it comes out, man, people are going to be talking about it. So
I mean, if it comes up in conversation, like I don't really have opinions on those kinds of things. I think war is unavoidable because the Bible spoke of it. So it's time to get it cracking.
Yeah,
it's just time to get it cracking because no matter what, we got to get this shit out the way.
My main problem, I hear what you're saying. My main problem with it is literally that. That's exactly what I was.
We just gotta get this shit out the way, bro. The birthing pains, bro. The baby not here yet.
Now I do my part on a local level, right? Because I do the cop watching and stuff like Joe does. But that's as far as I'm gonna take it, and
then just come here after work and just shoot the shit with me and just let's put the fucking message out.
If somebody wants to, if somebody wants to nominate me for some higher ranking government position because they want me to have some money to lead the way. That's cool too. I'm not gonna put that down, but
I want to show you some of these, bro. Let me show you some of these. Because I took some of my time on this right here, and I'm trying to get the show popping, but you got to help me figure out when they use it. You know what I mean? And then, like, I got a couple of these. Like,
what the fuck?
I know, right? It's like, what the fuck? You know what I mean? So I got a couple of these little, you know what I mean, things that I put up on the side. I was like, you know what? I could probably do something with this. This one is cool right here. I fucks with this one.
Pretty good. Yeah. Well, you know, especially with your show, I mean, you're gonna find those moments where you know exactly which clip to hit to. You know, I was kind of thinking of doing the same thing till YouTube wanted to fuck me over and delete my channel over absolutely fucking nothing.
Right.
They didn't even give me a reason. They said spam, and I'm like, specifically what was spam? We told you. All right.
Damn,
well,
that's dirty macking. That's dirty macking.
It was super dirty. It was just like out of nowhere too. Out of nowhere. It's just gone. So that was a pretty tough hit. But I was planning on doing some live streaming panels, stuff like that. And I was literally setting my shit up, getting ready to go, man. I had like 1,200 subs at the time. I would have had like 50,000 subs by now, bro. It's just crazy.
Well, shit, so crazy. If you want to be my co-host.
Well,
I think it'll be interesting. You could bring 2 stories. I'll bring 2 stories.
I can't be a primary feature. That's why I like to do the panels too, because like I can't be a primary feature on any channel.
Well, yeah, I mean we could squish you down to 2 hours. I don't give a fuck. Right. It's just after work show, and on the weekends I don't do it.
I always try
off on the weekends. Yeah.
Yeah, I always try to bring my perspective and try to make it entertaining as well. You know, I'm a Southern guy that just basically likes to laugh it up, but I definitely have my views. So yeah, I'll definitely be coming through at times. I can't, you know, say every time, but like, you know, try to come up as much as possible. And you know, I like to, you know, when Sarah's doing her show, I'll try to get it over there to support her, especially with these fucking Riri's on the internet doing this force doctrine, trying to fucking take her channel down because they're jealous of her being a good debate host. You know, the fucking Wilson tards, that just absolutely put a damper on me. And I'm like, no.
I'm going to try to get her to panel hop over here one of these times after work if she's on.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, she'll, you know, she likes to support. So at some point, you know, I'm sure you just keep doing your thing. She tries to support. So, but anyway, yeah, bro, I'll let you close out and all that good stuff, man. Appreciate you having me up.
Hell fun. Yeah, bro.
And I appreciate
you coming too, because you know, like I said, this is gonna be cleaner. It's gonna be very respectful. We're not gonna do all that craziness because, the people that know me, they know how chill we get to be. If they don't know me, then they'll easily fall off because you guys will, you know, calm that down real quick.
Yeah, I see it being fun. So yeah, all right, man.
All right, bro. Salute. Keep your head on the swivel, bro. All right, we got about 5 more minutes before we close all the way out. We'll listen to this.
They always want to reduce the amount of fire, and this mission is defined as a core mission. There's even a report of a strike on a squad of soldiers from the Iranian regime's defensive array while they try to operate defensive systems against the attacking forces. And alongside the air picture, there's also an intelligence picture. The head of IT being ignored without.
Imagine being a
price. And within this region, there is one sentence that sounds like an intelligence signal to the entire world. The head of the military intelligence describes a fast and precise strike. Within 40 seconds, more than 40 of the most important people in Iran were neutralized, and he emphasizes that is not over. This is the sentence that translates the diplomatic aspect into cold deterrence, not only statements, but target lists, pace of execution, and continued pressure. In Tehran, the response moves between a threat of revenge and an attempt to project control. The Quds force of the Revolutionary Guards threatens that whoever killed Khamenei will not be safe, not even in his home. And at the same time, Iranian sources claim that since the opening blow, 131 cities were attacked, and that launched them from Lebanon, and Britain is required to explain its place. The Prime Minister of Britain emphasizes that the Cyprus bases were not used for the American strike, and declares that his government does not believe in regime change from the skies. This is a statement that tries to lower the flames, but it comes at a time when the flames are rising. In the north, Israel marks its line sharply. After Hezbollah entered the campaign and launched missiles and UAVs, Israel operates in waves of strikes in Beirut and in southern Lebanon. Defense Minister Israel Katz says that Hezbollah will pay a heavy price and declares that the organization's Secretary General Ain Qasem is a marked target for elimination. At the same time, the IDF confirms the elimination of the head of Hezbollah's intelligence headquarters in Beirut. And in Israel, they describe prior preparation for a scenario of opening another northern front. And within all of this background noise, there is also an assessment trying to bring order. In the IDF, they estimate that within 2 to 3 days, it will be possible to significantly reduce the fire from Iran due to hunting of the launchers and the missiles in real time. This is the key point. If the fire indeed decreases, then the effort will shift even more to the depth, to strikes on targeted eliminations on officials, and the pressure that will seek to dismantle the operating mechanisms in Tehran. This is not what the sequence of diplomatic threats looks like. Right now, Trump promises to continue and not get bored. The Pentagon defines sharp objectives. Tehran threatens revenge and tries to ignite this region. The Gulf states draw a line of response, and Israel declares that the focus remains Iran. But whoever opens another front will immediately become a target. And now, when the night in the north is still echoing, the question that sums up in the whole picture remains of hope. So we sent Mati Shoshani, our senior correspondent.
The Islamic regime. So this regime has oppressed people in every way you can think, economically, financially, socially, internationally, politically, and Christians. Many Christians have been arrested, tortured, killed in Iran. So that's why Iranian people, this is their D-Day. This is like when Babylon was freed by King Cyrus, the Jews were free. And the Bible says that when the Lord restored the captivity of Zion, then our mouth will fill with laughter. So the Iranians are so happy. They're excited to be free. And I believe that Iran will go overnight from number one enemy of Israel to number one friend of Israel in the region. And one of the greatest allies of America. Why? Because, I hear in America, a lot of people are talking about Iraq, comparing Iran to Iraq. But Iran is a whole different country. The culture is different. The people of Iran want freedom. The Iranian people love America. They love Israel. They want to be a part of free world. 70% of Iranians are under age 40. 70%. It's a young generation. They have hope. They have aspirations. They want to live a free life. They love science. They love music, art, poetry, literature. They want to be part of the good life, the free world. They don't want to be part of the jihadist Islamic Sharia law countries that they running around with AK-47, shouting Allah Akbar, want to do jihad. The Iranian people are different. When 9/11 happened, the only people who were mourning were the Israelis and the Iranians.
That's crazy.
Every other Islamic country were celebrating. Same thing with October 7. When the October 7 happened, the only people mourning in the Middle East were the Iranian people. So you see, Iraq, before the war, the Iraqis, most of them, majority of them hated America, they hated Israel, and even after the war. The same thing with Afghanistan. But the Iranian people are different. That's why this operation against the regime on the rising line, this will be a successful operation. This will make President Trump look good. It will make Israel look good. Once, Air Force One will be traveling to Tehran to have a meeting with the new government, to visit, and he's welcomed with millions of people welcoming him, cheering for him. And same thing with Israeli leaders going to Iran and being welcomed by millions of Iranians, happy to be liberated. That's when all of those naysayers will be ashamed to see how
the Iranian people are not opposed and don't have that deep hate that exists in other countries towards the people of Israel. What can you tell us about that? What do you know from your personal experience?
Absolutely. Matt, if I can take you to Iran right now, drop you in one of the cities, I drop you in Shiraz or Tehran or Mashhad or Isfahan. If I drop you in one of those countries, and then you tell me you're from Israel, people will love you, they will hug you, they'll take pictures with you, they take you home, make food for you, they love Israel. But if I drop you in Jordan or Egypt or Lebanon, and you say you're from Israel, you probably will not make it back. So that's why the Iranian people, they have rejected Islam. Because all of this hatred that these Islamic countries have towards Israel is rooted in Islam. And the Iranian people have rejected Islam because they have been the victims of Islam. Iranian women were harassed, beaten, even killed over Islamic hijab. I myself, was born and raised a Muslim. I was tortured when I was 16 years old because of Sharia law. And then that's when I turned away from Islam and eventually found the Lord, became a believer in the Lord Jesus. And the Lord saved me, escaped, was a refugee, went to America. And 5 years ago, I met my beautiful wife. She's an Israeli Jewish woman, and we got married, we moved to Israel. And we have a baby, will be 10 months old this in 3 days. And we have a love for Israel, and my wife and her family have a love for Iranian and Iranian people. And I see Israelis on the streets every day. And they tell me, once they find out I'm Iranian, they're so excited. They say, we're willing to be in bomb shelters for a few weeks, even a few months, if this regime will go. They're willing to pay the price to be free. So Iranians and Israelis have a historic, Persians, Israelis have a historic connection and friendship and relationship with Israel. Now I want to be like King Cyrus. And everywhere I go in Jerusalem, in Haifa, Tel Aviv, I see streets called Cyrus, or synagogues called Koresh, which is Cyrus.
I love what you said. The part about Israelis feeling solidarity with the Iranian people, I think this is something really worth delaying on. This is a very, very different war from our perspective. Even in the past round in Operation Rising Lion, Midnight Hammer, back in June of 2025, Prime Minister Netanyahu, he said to the Iranian people, he did an interview to an expat Iranian journalist, and he said, I want to make it very, very clear, our enemies are not the people of Iran, it's the Ayatollah regime in Iran.
I have no doubt that one day, in a free Iran, Israelis and Iranians will build together a future of prosperity and peace. That is the future Israel deserves. That is the future Iran deserves. Together, let us turn this beautiful dream into a reality.
President Trump has mimicked the same thing. There were several others, Marco Rubio, several others in the American government said the same thing. Our enemy is the Ayatollah regime, not the people of Iran. People of Iran are beautiful people. We look, I personally, but I think many Israelis look forward, and what you said is exactly how I feel. I was talking to an American friend on the phone last night, and they said, well, how do you feel? I said, well, honestly, I feel like this is a very worthwhile sacrifice. If we can, be pardoned, I need to serve a little more in reserves, and, the families need to be in the bomb shelters. It is a sacrifice, but if it liberates the Iranian people and liberates this region from the Ayatollah regime after 49 years of that oppression, it is absolutely worth it. This was like the evil power of our time. They're behind the people who brought you Hezbollah, the people who brought you Hamas, the people who brought you the Houthis, and just death and destruction at a scale that, it's a huge magnitude over many, many different countries. Them being removed is, it is priority number 1, 2, and 3 for peace in the Middle East and a new future for people. Set aside
missiles and drones to Russia to continue its war against Ukraine. That war will end after the regime in Iran goes. So you see, this has so much consequences, and I believe that.
Thank you much, Roman. It's always such a pleasure being with you.
It's an honor.
How it is to live in Israel under the threat of rockets. Look for Yair Pinto and Mati Shoshani on social media platforms. All of them. Every day we upload clips that update you what's happening. So I'm Yair Pinto, and this is your boots on the ground. We are continuing to bring you day after day the whole truth about what is happening in Israel. So keep spreading the truth, share, follow us, and most importantly, do not forget to pray. This is a spiritual war. And I learned in this war, more than 2 years, not just a few days now, that prayers work. You know why they work? Because God is listening. So let's pray. Make it personal. Let's pray for wisdom to our leaders. Let's pray for our allied soldiers, the United States forces that are here, family members. And something that's on my heart is let's pray for the children. My children had to go to the bomb shelter, I would say, more than 40 times in 3 days. It's not normal. Let's pray for them to be healthy physically and also mentally. Okay?
All right. All right, guys. We had a good show today. Thanks to everybody that came through. Thanks to everybody that was watching. I appreciate you guys for coming through. You are most appreciated. Remember, we are here to drop the truth, and we are here to talk about the things nobody else wants to talk about. We are here to tell the truth at all times. We are here to do everything we're supposed to do, to be truthful and to try to dig, especially against the ones that want to hide the truth. The people that don't want the truth to be known, those are the people that are against us. Those are the ones we can't trust.
Get ready.
Those are the ones we gotta make sure we're watching. Because you never know when she turns on you. Next thing you know, you're seeing stars. Everything you see here, everything you hear on this channel, just think about it. Because I got questions for you, just like you got questions for me. Soon, you'll start to see. And you'll stop if you want to go here, but at the end of the day,
I think it's going to be a very interesting fight with his dancing and my fighting. And
you feel me? Because when we get jiggy with it, you won't understand. You won't understand. You probably don't even know what a jiggy is. So, remember, everything we do here, it's all about the world. We got to look at the bigger picture. All right, guys. If you do not want to change, if you do not want to better yourself, if you do not want to break outside of this matrix, if you want to live in your comfortable delusion that they have built for you, do not watch these videos. Leave this channel immediately. If you do not want any truth, if you don't want to understand, if you are not here to hear something that's outside of your own mind and accept others' minds and opinions and the way they think for themselves, you do not belong here. And finally, if you are not trying to be positive, if you are not trying to help create solutions while we discuss the problems and how they got here, you do not belong here. Negativity, hate, disrespect, name calling, those things will not be allowed here on this platform and not in this empire. We are the ones, the true Americans, that want to be free and stand as we have always stood.